Okay. Do I have audio this week? I have audio this week, and we have cats that are looking for chicken.
Right.
Let's see.
Casper,
Maybe I can.
over here. Come on. Catch up. This for you. Casper, this one's for you. Oh. There you go, buddy.
All right. Cat is being offered chicken, but will he accept it? Well, we'll see. Anyway, hello and welcome to Plugging Along, a stream about LOTRO plugins. Last time on Plugging Along, we... Lord Zach says audio. Audio is working, I think. Let me know if it's not. Last time on Plugging Along, we spent our time on the Deed Tracker plugin. We moved upgrade code into a file that will only be loaded if the upgrade's needed. Then I struggled with a bug this caused for quite some time before I had an aha moment. And finally, we finished tidying up the save file format. But today we're going to set all of that aside because it's Spring Festival in-game, and it's the perfect time to make some changes to the Festival Buddy plugin. Every year, I wish I had an in-game map for the Hedge Maze, and today's the day. So we're going to borrow some features from the RT Roving Threat plugin, and Waypoint, and try to make it happen. So, as always, feel free to jump into chat with your thoughts and questions. Anything LOTRO related is on the table, so I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name, Lady Nori, if you still have questions about legendary items, we could always delve into that a little bit as well. And, let's see, Grunt is in chat. Lord Zach, hello, welcome. Yes, Lord Zach says, I'm eating an Easter chocolate now, is that bad? And as I mentioned in chat, we've had so much Easter-themed candy available in our local grocery stores. So it seems like it's the time. Let's see. Lord Zach says, it's the 15th anniversary soon, right? I think 15 was last year. I think this will be the 16th anniversary of Lord of the Rings Online, which is just wild. And Egg Arthur, I see you in chat. Actually, Egg Arthur, I just saw you on Treebeard. I got a little note saying your friend has gone offline. And it's like, oh, really? Then again, if this other character is you... Nope, that's okay. Yeah, wow, 16. It's a nice even number, right? Like 15 is cool and all, but 16, 2 to the 4th, it's great. Lord Zach points out April 24, 2007. Yeah, that was a little while ago. Okay. So what I'm going to do is start off by saying, if you don't know about the Hedge Maze is located here by the Breland Festival grounds, and it has currently has the special property that the radar is blurred out. So you can't see the internal layout of the Hedge Maze through the radar. Now, I've gotten the impression from talking about this problem that in the beginning, that was not true. That you could see the map of the Hedge Maze, and LOTRO decided that was not the right way to go, and they blurred it out. And so now, if you're doing a quest in the Hedge Maze, you have some external resources that can help you out. There's maps on the LOTRO wiki that kind of show you that internal layout. But there's no, currently, to my knowledge, no in-game resource to help out with this. And I thought it'd be neat to go ahead and add a map to the Festival Buddy plugin so that if you do want help navigating around, you can have it. And if you don't, you don't have to use it. Now, the main run through this maze is actually ingrained in my brain right now because 4 of the quests that you can get for the maze, and there's around 7 or 8, just involve this straight shot through. You just go through as fast as you can, beginning to end, no side passages. And that's fine. It's one specific quest that's giving me the drive to do this, which is you're going around and sampling some alcoholic drink that after you drink it, you pass out and you wake up in a random part of the maze. And for me, that's the part where I'm like, I would like to know where I am, please. So that's the inspiration for what we're going to work on today. But as you just saw, running through the maze itself, just start to end, is not hard to do. I can't quite do it with my eyes closed, but I can do it while talking and not paying a lot of attention. When you get out, you just run back around the outside to the beginning, because on the outside of the exit is a gate, so you can't actually just step back into the maze.
You don't have to exit though.
Now, another thing that is funny to note is there is a radar tiling mishap where you can see just in front of me on the radar, the maze starts over again. That same tile is duplicated one step over and one step down on the radar, which is very funny. And presumably has something to do with this tag beacon. That's interesting. I'm not sure I've actually noticed that before. I'll have to come back and play with that. So they've done a blurred thing, perhaps because of this tag beacon, but it is just the maze copy pasted over one step, and I think that's very interesting. Oh, okay. Agartha says, one could take a page from other plugins, put up a quick slot that does a /LOC, locates the player, and shows on the map. Just brainstorming. I am going to take a page from that. I'm inspired by two things. I don't have Lunar Waters installed, so we're going to open up the plugin compendium, LOTRO plugin compendium, and add in Waypoint by Lunar Water. Thank you so much for that. Okay, install complete. And then once you add or remove a plugin, do remember to hit that green arrow in the plugin manager to refresh. So there's two plugins I want to talk about as inspiration. First, one of the best plugins, if you are doing chicken session play, possibly the only plugin if you're doing chicken session play, other than Waypoint, is Foul Map. And this is basically a redoing of the Roving Threats plugin. I assume Roving Threats came first and then they repurposed it for Foul Map. But one of the things you can do with this is you can do /LOC, where you type it in /LOC, or you just have it bound to a shortcut as I do here. And you will get your circle updated on the map. And we can see that right here. As I'm running along, if I just keep hitting /LOC, we can see my circle keeps updating. Well, that's pretty cool. That seems like it'd be useful in a maze-like situation, especially if the map is zoomed in and you have a lot more specific detail to show. And the other thing I was interested in is the Waypoint plugin. So for instance, if I wanted to navigate to the other side of the map, we can see that's roughly 24.8 south and 50.0 west with the coordinates at the bottom left of the screen. So if I type /waypoint space target space those coordinates, I get this little arrow on the screen. And anytime you do a /LOC command, sorry, cats are jumping on paper bags. That's exciting. Anytime you do a /LOC, this will rotate the image to give you a heading, what direction you need to face in order for that to be straight ahead of you, and it'll show you how far away you are. Lovely. And so both of these plugins are looking, and using pretty much the same code under the covers, they're looking at that /LOC command output. They're transforming it into these south and west coordinates, and doing some math on that. And that sounds great. Knowing where we are on the map is great. So what we want to do is in the festival interface, festival, oh, I have not loaded it. That's not going to be good. Festival Buddy. In the Festival Buddy interface, what I would like to do is add a map button. And since right now, really just for the spring map, though I could see this being used in the Haunted Mansion, actually. Although, at that point, that's kind of ingrained in my head also. But I could see that being useful in more places. But for now, add a map button for spring, and then that would bring up the map, and maybe do some auto-detect on the quest names to bring up relevant maps. Okay, so if we go on into Lord of the Rings Online, plugins, Galahad plugins, Festival Buddy, resources, I've gone ahead and pre-created some maze maps to use. And so I've got a couple ones that I'm interested in having support for. Let's go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. So I've got a basic map. This just shows the walls. I've got the the location of the elves. I think it'd be neat if you're doing the elf one to go ahead and just have that highlight. And all of us inspired, I should say, all of us is inspired by my favorite Hedge Maze map. I want to say, where can I find that? On the wiki. Thank you, cats, for making noise. The map I use the most is this map from 2014, and you'll see a lot of inspiration here. So I am cribbing heavily from the design and layout of this map. The only difference is I am, by default, rotating it so that it matches the north, south, east, west orientation of the radar. But I do think it would be neat to support arbitrary directions as up. So we've got... the one thing I wanted to say is a lot of the quests that this covers are exclusive. So if you're doing the quest to help the Lost Elves, then you cannot be doing the quest for the signposts. And so, and if you're doing the quest that is the straight run through the maze, then you're not doing elves or signposts. So I thought it would be neat to split those out into separate maps. So we've got one for elves. We've got one if you're just going to try and go sample the keg. We've got the main route through, and we've got one for the signs. So I just figured, let's break those apart. Oh, hang on a sec. Let's go ahead and make sure I'm sharing the right thing. Sorry about that. So yes, this map, let me link this into chat actually. Hedge Maze Maps. So you can see a bunch of different maps here. I actually really kind of like the stylized nature of this map. I think it's very pretty. And it is the only map that I think has south oriented as up, which for me is a little mind-bending. Anyway, I think it's very pretty though. We also have a more function over form, perhaps, and I like this one here, which is just here's the layout in a very radar-esque manner. But because it's got the trees there, I think it kind of because of the presence of the trees, it's a little difficult to use still. So I appreciate that it's here, but it's I want to strip away the trees. So yes, this is my favorite map for the Hedge Maze, and you're going to see inspiration in that. So we have just the main map. We have the map of the elves. We have the map that includes the keg. We have just the map that run through, don't even look at the keg. And we have the map for each of the signs and kind of the vague path that you should be following to get there. You do you, of course. So I've gone ahead and pre-created some of those. Okay, so foul map is inspiration, waypoint is inspiration. Let's get cracking. So firing up. For anyone who is watching Little Redhead's streams, I highly recommend, if you have more than one character especially, get yourself a spreadsheet, a program of your choice to kind of track what traceries you have and what traceries you want. So for instance, on my main minstrel here on Treebeard, I can see that there's a lot of traceries that I don't have the ultimate version of, where I don't have the legendary version, I just have the incomparable, because the incomparable tokens are much easier to find than the legendary tokens. So my heal legendary item I wanted to have the focus on, because I wanted to make sure that if I was called upon to heal, I had the best tools available to help my possibly medium skills. And so you can see all the ones that are in bold here are the ones that I have access to on Treebeard. The other ones I don't have access to yet, but eventually I could. And so when I get a tracery that matches one of those slots, I go ahead and put that into storage, or I have a carry-all for the purpose, but same thing. I go ahead and save that off, especially if it is a cyan or an orange, an incomparable or a legendary. Just save it off, wait for it. If it is a yellow or a purple, it's fine. I don't mind shredding it now for space if I need to. Those can be purchased purely for ancient script. You don't need a token in order to get them at the word hoard. So yeah, consider having a spreadsheet to track what's in there, and in this case, I just track it by the disenchant number because it's 20, 40, 60, 80. So it's super easy to just come in and say, oh, I got an 80, and just have it. Aaron Bird wants me to add this to my carry-on video. Yeah, I need to find the time to make some of these because I definitely have a process for dealing some of these more complicated things. Thayan says, good evening. Hello. So consider having a spreadsheet. It doesn't have to have the color coding, but I do, and it's just a simple conditional formatting where it says, oh, based off of the tracery levels, use whatever color. And so know what you want and know what's in there and what level it is so that you can very quickly, without having to go through the interface in the game, which even here on Treebeard is a little difficult because of the purely vertical layout. And I hope someday they make this a little bit more of a, I don't know, two-dimensional. But there's just, especially as you get more and more slots, this can be a little cumbersome to find the thing that you're looking for and then interact with it. And if all you're trying to figure out, all you're trying to figure out is, what do I have? Is this better? Maybe a spreadsheet's better. Yeah, Lord Zach says we have the same on live but longer. That's exactly what I mean, Lord Zach, is if you have this interface but there's like 4 more entries on it, it just gets a little bit more cumbersome to work with. And while you can probably use the search interface to find a specific thing on here, there's no search button built in. And so, yeah, consider having one of these, and that way it's pretty easy to just have one for each of your other classes that you want to track. So I have a fair number of tabs here over on Treebeard, and that way I can kind of sort out in my in one location the status of my legendary items across various characters. Because one of the other things Little Red had mentioned is we're getting things from this legendary item reward track, and it's quite easy to overflow on ancient script. If easy to use relative term, but if you max out your legendary item reward track, then you are going to risk overflowing your 10,000 ancient script, and you're going to want to be ready to burn some of that on some alts, if you have alts, gearing them up a little bit, or you just keep the boxes around forever until whatever, but they take up some inventory space, so I like opening them, and they're fun to open. Where am I on here? 70. Okay. Anyway, I could get the fire blue beetle. Neat. Okay, just a little thing I wanted to cover before I close that spreadsheet is I like spreadsheets. I like keeping track of things in spreadsheets. This is how I do it for legendary items. Don't save that. I don't know what I did. Okay. Just catching up on chat a little bit. Agartha says Thurlor's Reminders plugin also has a similar functionality for location. The distance and location columns aren't shown by default. Interesting. I don't think I realized that. Lord Zach says, I don't know who did this. Are they gaming on an 8K monitor? I don't think they are gaming on an 8K monitor, but I will say that designing user interfaces is hard, and I try not to think too critically of anyone who makes a design that is functional first and foremost, but is a little wonky to work with. Especially when they're doing it on what is probably 20-year-old technology. I much prefer to work on the back end of things than the front end of user interfaces, which makes it especially funny that I'm doing plugin development here on this stream. So it's why I'm so glad to start with other people's plugins and tweak them, because someone else has already made the decision. Like Galahad made a decision of how this looks. All I have to do is add a button that says map. That's way easier. And then I need to make a window that shows a map. That I can do. But actually making this interface and making it, this is a solution. And I think they'll be able to improve it over time. Yeah. Agartha says, I have about 110,000 ancient script on one account plus server. It'll be a while before I spend that down. Yeah, our mains were on Evernight before Treebeard came out, and when we evaluated the old legendary items, plus a bunch of others that I was in the middle of improving at the time for the churn, we got a lot of ancient script. And I can only imagine what it would be like for someone who had way more characters and way more legendary items. On the whole, though, if you're coming into this and you don't know about the old legendary item system, I think this is a better system. Even with the slightly interesting interface of this, I think this is a better system canonically. I think it's better story-wise, and I think it's a better system because you're not constantly, restarting over on a new weapon, and they got rid of the imbued thing, and it's better. And I especially like that they have, for people who want it removed, they've gotten rid of the RNG mechanism of, just churning through legendary items over and over and over until you find the legacy. What was it? Whatever traceries used to be. Until you find the one that you were looking for. You just walk into Elrond's library and you say, I want this one, and here's the ancient script, and here's the token, and it's yours. And so while there still is that random mechanic available, you do not have to abide by the RNG. If you want the thing, you can have the thing given certain constraints. And I appreciate that. And now they've shifted the game away from random number. Hopefully the thing that you identify has what you're looking for, and into, well, eventually you're going to have enough ancient script to get the thing. Yeah, Lord Zach says, I like having more customization controls. I like the sort of two-dimensional, in my head, two-dimensional aspect of the legendary items, where you're improving not only the slot that the thing goes into, but also the thing that goes into the slot. And so you can improve on the x-axis and on the y-axis to just have a generally upward-going improvement. I like that. But I will agree, it's probably a little intimidating on first glance. Zach, Elrond, give me your best tracery. I have a Balrog to defeat. Yeah, but Elrond's got to eat. Lord Zach says, what I don't like is I don't get a warning when I out-level a tracery and it gets disabled. Interesting. I do not have my general tab on by default. Usually I'm looking at a more crafted set of channels that's usually Fellowship and Kinship and Raid and maybe Say and Emotes if I'm paying attention to what's going around locally. And so I don't know if that's a thing that goes into the general channel, but even if it did, I wouldn't notice it unless it was accompanied by like a gong sound or something. That's a really good point. Every one of these traceries that we buy has a minimum and a maximum level. And there's, I believe, a level range in which you have access to the new ones, but the old ones haven't been disabled yet, which is going to be very handy here on Treebeard. So, for instance, this has a maximum level of 95, and I think the new ones might be available at 85. But if we get to 96, absolutely, those are going to turn off, and that will be very sad if you go a few levels without realizing that. I will probably resist the urge to go to the Word Horde right now and look at other traceries, since I'm right here at the maze. All right, so what I want to do, first of all, let's make a button. I gotta stop closing the Festival Buddy window. In fact, I'm going to unload everything here. So we just have the Festival Buddy open. And we want to go ahead and add a map button. So let's start with doing that. So I'm going to go ahead and close down some windows. All right, so I have some thoughts here. So we want to have a map. We want to show the dot of where we are. It'd be nice if we could support some sort of rotation. And what was I saying here? I think this was so showing the alternate maps. Support alternate map. Oh, I know what I was saying. Alternate fixed up directions. Oops. east equals up. Support showing a directional arrow for the dot. One of the things that roving threats and foul map don't do is they don't show what direction you're facing. But I really like that effect from Waypoint, for instance. Stop hitting escape. So Waypoint, I really like that idea of, in this case, Waypoint is showing you the opposite. It's showing which way you need to turn. Aaron Bard has to go have fun. So long, Aaron Bard. See you next week. What direction do you have to face? But I would like the opposite. I would like, on my little green dot, like this arrow, I would like to know which way I'm facing. In fact, maybe that arrow would be a good choice to use instead of a green dot. I have access to a green dot right now, but let's add that note. Can we get the image ID for the red arrow on the M map? Question mark. That's for later. And one thing I was noting is that on the roving threat plugin, okay, I lied. I'm going to keep everything loaded up. On the roving threat plugin, and as a consequence on the foul map, you can click on things to show you've interacted with them in some way. And so that seems like a neat thing to be able to do with the signs. Because if you want to combine the signs with the drinks and get randomly teleported around, it'd be really nice to be able to track which ones you've done. Lady Nori says, I hate doing quests and a roving monster smushes me from behind. Yeah, it was weird how long I went through places like North Downs and whatnot without realizing that roving threats even existed, because I was a low-level character. And then one day, we're just wandering through northeast of Estelden, and it's like, there's a giant there. And it's level, and it's got however many millions of hit morale. And it was like, what is that doing there? And roving threats had existed, I just somehow had not noticed them until then. And then promptly got squished. Oh well. Alright, so we have in Festival Buddy, we've got a main window. So that seems like a good place to go and add a map button. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. We're using Visual Studio Code today, as we usually do. This is a free tool, and if you add in the LOTRO API extension, you'll even get IntelliSense for LOTRO-specific stuff. All right, we're going to go ahead and come into main win. And what are we going to do? We need a button. So let's go ahead and make one. Where we want it to be. Stop closing the window. We want it to be next to the Alts button, maybe. There's space for it anyway. One thing about this UI is I desperately don't want to change the shape or size of it if I can get away with it, because that just is harder. So I think maybe shove the Alts button to the side and make a map button. Yeah, why not? So, can we find, a button Alts. Great. So let's maybe make stuff around there. Actually, we want to do something very similar to what button Alts is doing. So I'm going to start by just copy pasting that block and change button Alts to be button Maze map. Making things is hard. Lord Zach points out that VS Code is also free for commercial use. That's a good point. In my day-to-day job, I have access to VS Code and I have access to Writer, and I still just tend to, I'm entrenched in my ways with Visual Studio, but I need to give Writer a look-see since I have access to that as well. But yes, Visual Studio Code is a great tool to be familiar with. Add it into your arsenal of IDEs, integrated development environments. All right, so first of all, we see, well, let's get rid of that mouse click functionality because it's not correct, but we can add in a turbine.shell.writeLine command just to say map, so we can verify that it is working. Second thing is that its position puts it right underneath the other button. And the other button is trying to position itself halfway in between. That's going to be an issue. So let's position it somewhere else. Like, I don't know, Instead of halfway in between, we'll do it like a sixth of the way over or something. And we don't need to adjust the width there. So let's see that. We haven't adjusted the language yet, and we'll need to adjust that visibility as well. But this will at least give us a starting point. Cool. It says alts. let's go fix that. So we want to go into strings probably. So we're going to go ahead and navigate to here. And we'll go ahead and bring in a new line of strings. And this is going to be map. Because I just want to call it map. And I want to call it map in each of the languages here. So Festival Buddy supports different languages. But as we can see, not everything has been localized. So that, we're kind of dependent on community people who care about using the plugin to do the localization. So we've gotten our map string in here. Awesome. And for that, we're going to go ahead and come on back. And instead of alt, it's map. Yep, there we go. Reload. And we've got map. Awesome. I'm actually going to bring that further closer together. So map, if I click it, we get map into chat. Awesome. Our standard channel. Cool. So what else? What do we need? We know that we are going to primarily be using this for the maze. And so visibility, we want it, instead of not being Hobnanigans, we want it to be equal to spring. Awesome, that is a constant. And then we want to fix up the mouse click as well. And so, just making sure, still visible, great. When we do this, we're going to be doing similar things to this alt window. So make some notes right now because we don't have a window. Update setting for map window and make map call function to make map window visible. Awesome. So we need to wait until we have a map window, and then we'll be able to do these things. But it'll look very similar to this. Awesome. So the alts button, sure would be nice if we change that. Where's that located? I don't know. What happens if we stop shoving it over 50 pixels? Perfect. Ship it. Okay. This can be improved upon later, but for right now, totally happy just having those buttons kind of really close together. And we can see if we go to another season, it does not hide immediately. We can see it. It does go away on load, but what we want to do is have that button show and hide when we change which festival we're on using this top box. Okay, let's see where we might find that. What are you doing, cat? Yeah, I see you. Apparently playing with a bag. Okay, why not? Okay. Let's go ahead and figure out where this window is getting updated. Okay, we have draw main win. When this festival dropdown, there we go. When the festival dropdown is changed, what's going on here? We have fill main win, close helper windows, do some other stuff. All right, let's check out what's going on in the fill main win function, because that seems like it might be a place to go ahead and update the visibility of this map. We have all sorts of stuff. That's where we fill in the drop down for the quests. Refresh. Awesome. Okay. Then let's go ahead and what do we call it? Button maze map. Okay, cool. So we want to set the visibility of this based off of that selected festival. Is that spring? Awesome. And we get an error. Main win 348. Attempt index global button maze map annulled by. Why is that? Where is fill main win getting called? Okay. We're calling it from a callback function. This can't be that. We're calling it from draw main win. We're calling it before the button exists. Fantastic. Oh, yeah. We have a cat. Hello, Casper. Yeah, hi. You've come to the stream. He recently had surgery to remove a couple of infected teeth, and they trimmed the hair along his neck, and so he just has this divot of lack of hair. And it doesn't show up well on pictures, but it's very noticeable in person. Okay. Fill main win. Okay, so this is going to happen whenever a festival changes. And also, it's getting called in draw main win. Now, because this is an existing plugin, my first instinct would be, is this the right place to be calling fill main win? But the answer is, I don't know, and I don't really want to do the effort to dig into that. Oh, in chat. Thurlor, welcome, howdy. Did you decide to remove the rotation entirely? No. I'm taking some of the proof of concept work and testing out I did, and sort of reconstructing it in hopefully a better way. I'm interested in the rotation, but I think specifically I'm interested in doing 90-degree rotations, like having the user decide what direction is up. Do you want north up? Do you want east up? That's the rotation I'm specifically interested in. I think arbitrary rotations of the map are less useful. All right. Lord Zach, Beefheart was so preoccupied with whether he could do a cheat map, he didn't think if he should. Hey, I am not the one saying you have to use it. That's up to you. Okay, so we have... Yeah, Thurler says less useful but cooler. Yeah, I think arbitrary rotations of windows, especially once you have the window frame drawn and the whole thing just starts being wonky, it's a bad user experience. I was thinking about that. Okay, so maze map, when it's created, our visibility is set. So I guess we don't care about that. All right, well, I'm not a big fan of just throwing nil checks around it, but you know what? If button maze map maze is not equal to nil, then try to use it. How's that? Hey! Thurler, wonky in what way? So my idea for the map window is that it's going to be a turbine.ui.lotro.window. So it's going to have the standard styling, it's going to have the X button, you can move it around, whatever. And so if you do a rotation on that window, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the whole window go wonky? Here, let's actually see. W main win parent set rotation, and there's a Windows rotation table. To waypoint. Thurler says set rotation is a method of control, not just window. Interesting. I was thinking it was a window. If it's a control, that makes life much easier. All right, turbine.ui.control. Let's go to the method. Rotation. No. Window. Rotation. Oh, maybe it's just not documented. Fantastic. Okay, awesome. Well, that offers up other options. I think rotatable would make a lot of sense if the map was round, but it doesn't solve the problem of it's an incoherent user experience because my center idea for rotation is rotating around the center of the map, and so if your location is always the center of the map and the map keeps it's totally an option. It's not an option we're going to do today. I might dig into it more later. Okay. So what I was going to do is I was going to come into plugins, Lunar Water, Waypoint, because I know this uses set rotation. So somewhere, rotation. There we go. Set rotation of that. Okay, so this was what I was thinking was going to happen. Darn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh, that is fantastic. Not what I was expecting, though. Wait, where's the window? I just want to drag you. Okay, there's the drop down. There we go. Okay. I was expecting something different. I think because the window is not square. Yes, okay. So it's still using the same XY. All right, well... Oh, it was one of the width. Haha. Stop being on top of here. There we go. Oh, that's fascinating. If you rotate the window, the drag point is still on the top. It's just a visual. Though says after you rotate, you need to manually calculate and adjust the size. I'm not doing that for this window, but we'll revisit. It'll be easier to deal with if the window is just square, or squarish, or if the thing we're rotating isn't the window at all. I love that though. I gotta say, what's the rotation look like if you rotate it like 10 degrees in the X direction? All right, 9 degrees. 45 degrees. I don't think I'm clear on the concept of what an X degree rotation does. But the Z rotation is fantastic. Okay. We're not going to deal with that anymore. Okay, so set rotation. Sounds like the consensus is that's a control thing, not a window thing. That'll make life much easier. Lord Sax says, I would just try to rotate just an inside control. Yeah, we're not going to be rotating windows. For one thing, I was expecting the drag area to go with the title bar, and it didn't. Which, to be fair, why would you program that in? Thorlor says X direction is along the vertical axis, but it's an orthogonal view with no perspective. I think I'm not going to play around with that. Yeah, 9 degrees is on edge and thus invisible. That makes sense. Okay, you've got me curious. All right, 45 degrees and 45 degrees Y. Nice. All right, here's our new Festival Buddy window. And the drag bar is still in the same location, so that's great. I think that's less usable. I'm gonna delete that line of code. It's great though. I like it. Okay. What do you think?
That's great.
Yeah. No. Okay. Cool. Where are we? Let's go ahead and make a new file. Okay, so everything else in here is like alt window, alt win, main win, and whatnot. So Humnanigans win. So this is just going to be maze map win. Maybe calling it maze map is a little bit too generic. This could just be a map window, but for now we're going to assume it's for the maze. So this is maze map win.lua. Okay. So what we want to do is kind of take inspiration from other code in this plugin. Now, other code in this plugin is not using classes. So I guess we will not either for right now. Where Zach says, a fun thing is converting a 2D vector into a 3D vector and you accidentally match Y and Y instead of Z. I could believe that. Gonna not worry about that right now though. Okay, so we want a function draw maze map win. And this is going to give us a place to do everything. In fact, we can copy a lot of the ideas that are in here. I'm not sure I'll copy the naming of it, but they use temp width, temp height. We're going to go ahead and give ourselves something similar to this, a window handle that the rest of the plugin can access. So we want to go ahead and have W, and again, this is going to be maze map win, I suppose. Parent equals this. And we can do the rest of this as well. One of the things that Festival Buddy is doing, and I was thinking about this as I was looking at the code, is oftentimes there's a lot of global variables happening. Just dumping stuff into global namespace. WAlt back, everything has access to it. DDAlt names, everything has it. And I'm not a big fan of that. And if we're not going to have classes, then we can at least take advantage of Lua's ability to overwrite table data exceedingly easily, or add stuff to tables. And so what I want to do is actually, since I think I'm going to need access to the height of this more frequently, let's go ahead and make some variables here. So wmaze map when parent, let's go ahead and at least start saving some variables off. Now, I know the maps that I pre-created are 500 pixels by 500 pixels. So let's start by declaring some of those. Map width and map height. And I know the window around that, if I, it needs to be larger because this is a LOTRO window, so it's got some extra styling. But let's just ignore that right now. So, so that map left, or window left border equals 0. Window right border equals 0. Window top border equals 0, and window bottom border equals 0. Okay. Arthur, you keep going online and offline. Is everything okay? That's the life of someone doing festivals, I would imagine. Okay, so the total width, the width that we want to do this with, let's see, do we care about saving that off as a variable? I mean, we'll have access to it with get width, so I assume the answer would be no. Yeah, I don't care about it. We can do the calculation inline. So set size of this window. We know we want that to be the map width plus, and we're going to do this in 2 lines because it's already going to be really long because of these variable names. We want the left border and the right border. And the height is going to be the same thing. We want the map height plus the top border and the bottom border. Okay, that gives us our width and height for the window. Cool. Set the position. We can see our settings here has an alt win where we're going to. Mario's doing festival on 4 different servers. Yeah, I get it. I will often have a text file with like, here's the priority list for which characters I want to do it in what order. All right, if you can only do it at 1, you're doing it in alpha, but if you can do it on 4, here's what we're doing. Okay, so let's go look at our settings now. And Festival Buddy, those are all in the globals file. So let's pull that up. And we can see in default settings, we have a bunch of different things. Let's go ahead and just do the same thing right after Alt-Win. Let's copy that. Tabs instead of spaces. Ugh. God. And instead of Alt-Win, we're going to go ahead and Maze Map Win. Let's do it. We have a default visibility of false. We have a default location. And... you know, do we care about that default location? People can move it. It's fine. Okay, so we can bring that in. Maze map win for x settings dot maze map y, and the text. Well, we already have a map thing. Map. We'll come back to that. Hedge Maze map. And we want the visibility to also be coming from the options. I mean, that gives us a basic window, right? So let's make that window show up on the screen. Okay, so when we click the maze map, we want to do the same basic things. This logic is a little strange, but I'm going to copy it in, and we'll see what we can do about this. So the refresh alt displays don't need that. So the basic logic that we can see here is if it's true, then set it to false. Otherwise, set it to true. So let's just streamline that. This equals not this. Good. And then we can go ahead and same thing though, we're going to want to get that maze map win version of the settings. So visible, and then we need that variable, maze map win parent. Set visible according to the new setting. But let's go ahead and give ourselves a function as if we were doing this in a class. Hey, buddy, still here. Aren't you glad we woke you up so you could come be cold down here? Okay, so let's go ahead and make a function. Function maze map set visible, visibility, end. I just get a little leery when all different parts of the plugin are just sort of digging into the internals of another part. So let's just go ahead and abstract that away. Maybe it won't matter later, and we'll just get rid of it. But set visible, visibility. Okay, awesome. So instead of this function, we're going to go maze map set visible, but we're passing the same thing. And that's just a pass-through function for right now, but that to me looks a little bit cleaner. We don't care how it's happening, just make it happen. And in fact, let's leave the handling of those settings to this function. Oh, can't do that entirely. So let's pass that not visible and go ahead and set, this is the new visibility, and we're going to go ahead and assign that in here as well. Sure. Let's do that. And then this gives us just a single thing. Hey, map, do whatever you need to do to change your visibility to not that. In fact, if we really wanted to, we could have a toggle visibility to completely get rid of this setting right there. Yeah, why not? Function, maze map, toggle visibility. And then it can do that. Maze map, toggle visibility. Cool. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Map. No. Why would it work on the first try? 195. Attempt to call global a nil value. Really? You know what I didn't do? I didn't include this file. This plugin knows nothing about it. The main.lua file does the imports of everything. And so here's where we're going to want to go ahead and import that. Same thing. We're taking that alt win line, duplicating it, and maze map win. All right, maze map win. More errors. Attempt to index maze map win line 24. All right. It's null. All right, maze map set visibility. Somehow that is getting called earlier than we are constructed. Oh, of course, because we didn't call this function either. Main is also in charge of kind of instantiating all of the global objects. So we have this draw alt window. We should probably call draw maze map window as well. Otherwise, it's not going to, hey, we get a map. Well, a map, a window that says it's a map. It's not a map. But it will be. It will be. Uh-oh, someone went to the kitchen. Better go follow. Maybe they'll give you food, cat. Okay, we can see when I just closed the window here, it didn't update that sense of whether or not it was visible. If I close that, unload and reload, we can see it doesn't think it's supposed to be closed. So we should probably go and do something about that. All right, so maze map win. Somewhere at the end of this, we're going to want to go ahead and have the closing function do something about that. This plugin uses the event helpers, the add callback, and maybe even remove callback. Definitely add callback. So we want to add a callback on wmaze map win parent for the closing. Gotta spell it correctly. And this is going to be an anonymous function. And let's see. Yeah, just set that to false. And we can even call the function maze map set visible false. Or can we? Hey, callback's got a lowercase b. Okay, so map, close that. It thinks it was closed. Close it, unload, reload. Awesome. The position's not saving. We should probably do something about that. Position change is another great function to do something with. So let's go ahead and add callback, maze map when parent, position changed. Same thing, we're going to take an anonymous function. And what do? We update those settings. So let's just copy that. And we're going to be taking in the maze map win XY, well, setting that, and yeah, make sure we get that reference updated. Thurlow says, you don't want the window actually closed just to become invisible, right? That's an interesting question. What is the difference, and do I care? I don't know enough to answer that question thoroughly, but Thurler, if you have ideas on why it's beneficial, yeah, pop them into chat. I'm curious. The rest of this plugin does not seem to do such a thing. It just lets the window close. So I was going to copy that by default. And actually, it looks like the rest of the plugin doesn't really use the multiple dispatch method of add callback anyway. So it might be that that's overkill in this situation. Gotta remember B's lowercase. Okay, so move that, unload, reload, awesome. Close it, open it, great. Thurlow says, if you close and reopen, you have to redraw everything in it, reconfigure its position, etc. But if you're doing that anyway, there may not be a big difference. I guess I'm uncertain what you mean, Thurlor, because this draw map maze window is not being called multiple times, I don't think. Let's find out. So if you mean under the covers LOTRO has to do that, then yes, it sounds like there's a little performance a penalty involved. Yeah, but we are not executing the layout code. We can see that only got called once. So all this happens only once. So yeah, if our concern is under the covers LOTRO would have to do something, and that is more of a performance penalty, I guess maybe I'd be concerned. I'll revisit that. That sounds like a thing that I can address later. But I'm curious which part you meant. All right, just update a little note I had to myself. Thorlor says, let's see, if drawing the window takes a long time, then there would be a performance benefit to not redrawing it. Are you saying that LOTRO is redrawing it in the client, or are you saying that the plugin is redrawing it in some way? Because I guess I would say, how would the client know how to redraw it short of executing all this code and every subsequent code that had mutated it? I think I'm missing something. Okay. In the meantime, what do we have? We have a window. We can hide it. We can show it. We can move it around. And its preferences are saved. Hooray! Let's put a map on there. So we need a map control. Let's come make a map control. So I would imagine we're just going to call it, and this is where I don't want to. I think we're going to want to keep an easy handle on it, because we're going to want to be able to change it for different maps, but I don't want to pollute the global namespace. So let's go ahead and maze local maze map equals turbine.ay.control. And we can go ahead and just save that off. Dot map equals maze map. Okay. And then we have access to that later. So what do we want? We want to do some things. We want to... Why do I call it maze map instead of map locally? Let's make it easier on ourselves. So map, always remember to set the parent of the thing before you get too far. Further says... Further says, my point is you have a design choice of what happens when you click that map button to make the window visible. Create the window, configure it into all of its contents, or 2, set visible to true. Okay. So in this plugin, this is Galahad's Festival Buddy, all of the windows are created once during the draw windows function that is called during startup. And so we see the draw maze map window happening a single time. And so when the window is closed, we still have access to that variable. We can still call set visible on it to reopen it. And so, yeah, this is only ever getting called the one time. And so when we click the map button, we're just setting the visibility of that variable that's already been rendered the one time during plugin loading. We just toggle that visibility. Okay. So, we've got a parent map. We know how big this is going to be. So set size. We know we can actually just use map width and map height. And what do we got? Its position. We'll come back to that. And the background. Map, set background. And so I've preloaded these values into the images. So we really just want images, and this is going to be... Oh, I didn't. Okay, good. I was worried I had already preloaded them. So we want to go ahead and update images with the values. Oh, right, I put them in the resources directory. They still need to go into images. So this is going to be maze map equals resource dir. And what was this? Maze map. This is just the basic one. Maze map.tga. Barlow says, are you sure window close is reversible? I am not sure that there isn't some thing that I'm missing, but it does seem like closing a window is not the same as destroying a window. And if it's deallocating things, it's not anything that I've seen. Let's see, window close. I mean, you can call close on a window. The closing event is fired first, and if this permits the window close, the window will be set to not visible. So my understanding, could be completely wrong, is that closing is not destructive. It is a change in state. But I totally get what you're talking about. I think I've seen windowing systems that do kind of like tear down a window when it closes, and that would not be what we wanted. All right, so we have a maze map. It's amazing. So we're going to set the background of the window to that. Thurlow says, never noticed that line in the dock. Seems like it just sets it to not visible. That's... I feel like close has the connotation of a UI affordance. Like, I want this window to go away. Obviously, we can set things visible and not visible all the time, but close definitely seems to be the user has done something, hit escape or press a button to initiate the window itself going away, and that will have the side effect of a visibility change of the window and everything in it. I'm not sure. Like, it's like why have two things that do the same thing, but it might be an intent kind of thing. Okay, so we have a background. What's the default state of mouse visible on controls? I feel like it's not. All right, get mouse visible. Nope. Set mouse visible. That's what I want. Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Turbine.shell.writeline. Mouse visible. And we just want to do map get mouse. No. is mouse visible. There we go. Well, in that case, is your closing function redundant? Does maze map set visible do something other than calling set visible? It does. This is just the convention of the plugin is to go ahead and update your global variables at the point of change instead of going back and rereading that state when the plugin unloads or something. That way, when the plugin unloads, it just dumps your settings table and calls it a day. Now, as it turns out, yes, the only line we needed from there, and this is what Alt-Win does. Alt-Win just does the set visibility, or change the setting to whatever. So it would be just as fine to, call this with false, right? It's not visible. I just figured I already had the function that was doing that, so why not? But yes, they would do the identical thing, and in fact, it would avoid one call to set visible that's about to become irrelevant. But yeah, again, it's just why not? Now, the one thing I don't know: do we have a dump function? I would like a dump function. We do have a dump function. Great. Dump's really useful for, among other things, sanitizing Boolean values that we're about to try to concatenate with and get an error message. Okay, and though it's not necessary, I do like ending lines with semicolons. Now, this is actually really interesting. I noticed when I was playing around with some test code is this covers up the whole window, but the drag surface is still usable. And I think it is not a great idea to cover up the whole window. For one thing, the little X button in the top right corner does not work because it's not receiving mouse buttons, I guess. But we do see mouse visible is true, and so that's a surprise. I was thinking it was false, and so we want to go ahead and say map set mouse visible to false. And the X button still is not available. That's too bad. But we have the drag bar, and I think it'd be nice to have the actual window. Otherwise, people aren't necessarily going to know that this is draggable. And it's definitely going to be hard to close. And we could draw our own little X button on top of where the X button is, or we could just make the window happen. This plugin makes repeated use of LOTRO branded windows, and that's fine. Let's see. Yep, the barter window, the dance window. And so this one feels like it should also be a LOTRO window, visibly a LOTRO window. And this is where we get back to that border stuff. So now that we have a map, let's go ahead and give us some borders. Now, after some testing, I have an approximate idea of how big those borders should be. So let's get everything, 20 pixels except for the top. Hey, that would be great, except the map's not in the right position. All right, so we need to set that position. Map set position, and this is just going to be the left border and the top border. Hey, we have a map. Fantastic. I'm going to stick the Festival Buddy down here in the corner and bring our hedge map on over. Okay, so we have a map, and this is, it's fine. Like, this is an in-game reference, and that's cool, but we can do better. So, what's the next thing to think about? I think knowing which map to show sounds pretty neat. So let's make a function that helps us do that. Alt-Win, I think I'm done with you. And let's move you back over so we have less space to deal with. Okay, let's go ahead and make a function to change which map is being shown. Okay, so function maze map update quest, maybe. So we get the name of a quest, and we're going to change stuff up. Plan says, this is a great idea for a plugin. Reminds me of the overlays some MMOs use for maze-like areas. Yeah, I'm interested in expanding this at some point because there's so many instances that have radar views, but they don't have an in-game map, a corresponding map. And that could be for whatever reason. The mystery of it, like you're going into a dungeon in Middle Earth. There's not a lot of map makers who have been there before you, you know. But for whatever reason, you don't get a map when you hit M, and you do have coordinate systems though, and you could decode those coordinate systems and get you a location on that map. And so I think there's potential here for more than just this map in game. But not today. So I'm trying to think of what's one that I can think of. I don't know. Hang on a sec. If I dump into Bee's Big Business, you get a map, but it's not a very good one. That's actually a really good point. Oh, nuts. I gotta add that to my ideas. Add Bee's Big Business map. I was actually going to jump into Narahel here for a minute. Seasonal, spring, bus from the vaults. Do we get one here? Thurlor says Old Forest. Old Forest, there is a map, but I agree. It could be improved upon. Okay, we do have a map here. So there's some of them when you press M, you just go straight out to the world map because you don't get an in-instance map. Wow, that was the wrong button to press. Distracted. I meant to leave instance, not leave game, but what are you going to do? It's time for a drink. Unfortunately, this is my main character, so there's a fair amount of data to unload. And back to code. Okay. There we go. So we have a maze map update. What I would like to see is the quest comes in, and we can do a lookup based on that quest. So I guess the real question is, how is this handled? Now, having played with Festival Buddy a couple of times now, I can tell you that the answer is in two parts. We have a strings.lua. Let's slide this over. And we have a quest strings. And by their powers combined, something has to be in both of these for it to work properly. Hey, it even knew that I was still in the instance. That's wild. Okay, so note to self, just turn around and walk out. You can't do that. All right, leave instance. Waypoint 1.9 by Lunar Water. You can't use that. Excellent. Well, I'll forgo finding specific instances, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. Okay, we're gonna close that encounter travel. So in the plugin, we have all the space. We have strings.lua and quest_strings.lua. And the strings.lua kind of inform us on what festivals to have here, and when you're in a festival, what quest should be in the quest dropdown. And then when you start interacting with quest dropdown, you go to quest strings for the rest of it. So for instance, we're looking at a fistful of flowers. We can come on down. Not that shrew, not that shrew, not that shrew. Nope. We have a fistful of flowers. Oh, Agartha says Sarch Vorn is one instance that doesn't have a map, but it's so linear, probably doesn't need one. Yeah, the garden area where you first enter Sarch Vorn is probably the most theoretically confusing. but since you always just go to where the next group of mobs are, it kind of leads you down the garden trail, as it were. But if you are running back and forth after you've done a clear, it feels a little less obvious. All right, fistful of flowers. We can see this string: collect as many flowers as you can in 1 hour. So that's where this is getting popular, and other data about a quest also can appear. So let's go ahead and add a quest or two. We have the Green Challenge. Let's go ahead and add some of these quests in. We also want to come into Spring. There we go, and find these as well. I'm going to actually open up a new tab in Sublime Text, because I imagine there's going to be some duplicate editing that I want to do. All right, if you go ahead and wrap those words. Okay, so, I mean, one thing, let's go ahead and just replace some of these extra tabs. It does not need to be all indexed. And so another thing, we need to just work our way through these. So, all right, what do we have? Green Challenge. We have 3 from Guild Plover. We'll have to look those up in a second because I've already gotten through them. We have a Laugh at the Lost. Triple Twins doesn't matter. Disorientation. Okay. Okay, so let's start with disorientation. And so for that, this key is just something that makes sense, disorientation. And the text here is information about it. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of the other file. This is the name of the quest. And in this case, it's just also disorientation. And this is how the game will be detecting that you have selected a quest and auto do things. The plugin will detect that. So if it sees disorientation, it can change that drop down. Okay, now I don't have the strings for other languages right now, so we're not going to bother with that. The next one. Okay, Buttercup has a quest. And it's something about chickens. Buttercup, Northtook. The Chicken Dash. Awesome. Hobbit Among the Hedges? Oh, it's Senji there. Okay, cool. So we need the Chicken Dash. We'll just replace all of these with the Chicken Dash. And in this case, it's going to be, let's see. Convert case, uppercase. There's a keyboard shortcut to that. I should learn that. Cool. And we're just going to keep on doing that. Okay, what's next? The Green Challenge. Great. Out of the way. Or maybe this goes up. There we go. Okay, the Green Challenge. All right, this should be all caps, which is Control K, Control U, obviously. And we do want to go ahead and just use underscores so that it is dot addressable if we want it to be. Okay, what's next? Guild Plover has 3 of them, so let's consult the wiki on the names of them. All right, so there's 3 of them. We're going to want the Cloven Track, a Speedy Errand, and a Fool's Errand. Okay, let's just do it. Cloven Track. So this is pretty straightforward. All right, KU, great. Next one, a Speedy Errand, great. And this one, Control K, Control U, great. And finally, a Fool's Errand. Now, apostrophes are no good in a key name for a table if we want it to be dot addressable. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that as I insert these underscore. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Guild Plover. Okay, so that was a fool's errand. All right. That's disorientation. Misplaced companions. Find the wandering elves. Awesome. So we have this. Misplaced companions. And here, uppercase and with underscore. I'd be very sad if there's a keyboard shortcut to change the spaces to underscores like that. All right, I think there's just one last one. The dwarf over here. I'll laugh at the lost. Shortcut, Alt F4, says Thorolor. You know, it's funny. Because of a lack of space in my keyboard shortcut repertoire, when I am in a fellowship and I want to mark the symbol on them, hang on a sec. Anyone on? No, no one's on. That's okay. When I'm in a fellowship and I want to mark something, I needed shortcuts. And for some reason, I don't remember why, I was like, cool, so Alt F8 will be the sun. And I was like, well, it'd be cool if I had some more. So Alt F7 will be the moon or whatever. And so I filled in Alt F1 through 3 and Alt F5 through 8. And it's just this stupid thing, because when I'm marking things, I'm usually in an instance. And the chances of me accidentally just going and hitting Alt F4 because it's in the middle of this sequence of symbols is significantly not zero. I've done it multiple times. And it's just, why do I do this to myself? But at this point, the muscle memory of Alt F8 to hit the sun, to put the sun on something, or Alt F2 for the moon, it's there, right? Like I would have to put effort into changing it, and it's just easier to try to avoid Alt F4 than it is to fix the problem, which is that my keyboard shortcuts are stupid. What are you gonna do? I feel like Control Alt F8 was doing something else or something. I don't know. But I'm very used to hitting Alt F1, or sorry, just F1, F2, F3, F4 to select members of the fellowship, right? F1 through F6. And you can double tap it to get their companions and whatnot. That it just, I don't know, seemed like a good idea at the time. Maybe I didn't think it all the way through. And I filled in the sequence. And at some point I was just like, oh, which of these symbols do I like? F8, F7, F6, F5. And like that was the first time I was like, oh, that turns out to be a bad idea. All right. Well, anyway, we have these strings now. We can go ahead and fill these in. That's not copying what I wanted to copy. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, so shortcut Alt F4, like, I don't think LOTRO will let you assign that, and if it does let you assign it, it's still going to close the game, so don't do that. But Sublime Text, yeah, sure. All right, so we have these quests, and we want their corresponding entries over in the quest strings. Now, for now, it's going to be a pretty empty entry. So what we can do is just go ahead and do a multi-select to grab these keys, and then just start doing our own thing, right? So we want all of these to be equals, open brace, and then we've got to have the string stuff in there. Equals, and then that's going to have English equals, and just blank. I'm not caring about that right now. French equals blank. German equals blank. And of course, Russian equals blank. Make sure to end with a semicolon in both cases, and we'll separate those out with a blank space. All right, that gives us a working space over here. Sure would be nice if those were all indented. Okay. So we're going to keep that buffer here in case we want to replace things. And that'll be good. So in Festival Buddy, which I keep closing with escape accidentally, and I can't help but notice, but this window's not doing that. So, hang on. Where do we handle that? All right, so we have if our.action key equals that, awesome. Let's go ahead and same thing. We've got a function for set visible. Let's go ahead and use it. Where's the alt win? Okay, right after the alt win, false. Okay, so we're going to come back into our plugins, unload, reload Festival Buddy, and then escape key does in fact make it go away. But I need it back. Okay, so under Spring, we now have a bunch of these quests. And so what I would like to do is, when a quest is selected, I would like the corresponding map to come up. So for instance, if I select A Laugh at the Lost, we can see it's automatically populated here in the plugin. Sorry, Gizzy, not today. 5 minutes. All right, don't do that very often. So I want to go ahead and automatically pull up the appropriate map. Cool. So there's a couple different ways to do this. My first thought was we could just have like the equivalent of a switch statement here. But then I realized like the whole point of the quest string area is you can store other stuff here. And so here's where I want to go in and say, yeah, we're using a map, and here is the map image to use. For that, we're going to need some map images. So let's go ahead and make those. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 other ones to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's go ahead and just slide that on over so we can have that list. Okay, so we have the basic one. We need elves. We need keg. Gotta spell it right or it's not going to work. Main. And signs. All right, and for this, we're just going to do kind of equivalent keys here. So maze map, elves, keg, main, and signs. Okay, so yeah, I closed that, but I'm going to reference that. Let's just drag it over here instead. Thank you, Lurlor. Thank you, Valinar. I have got to stop typing things and just start copy pasting. Thank you for helping with that. Nate, also, thank you for tossing that out there. I appreciate you crowdsourcing my mistakes, because they are legion. Let's go ahead and load and make sure to at least spell anything wrong that LOTRO could find out about. Okay, so what I was thinking is instead of doing like if quest equals blah, then blah, instead of that, let's go ahead and use these quest string areas to start storing information. And the two things I wanted to store is some of these spring quests use the map and some of them don't. And we could store that. We could just say if there's a map, then obviously we're using the map. Or we could go ahead and say map equals true or something like that. I think it's fine just to have the map in there. And if there's a map, we're using the map. So what I want to do is for each of these, we want to come in and say something like map equals images dot blah, right? Something from in here. I'm going to just put maze map in for right now. First, because it's amazing. And second, because it's a fine default. And then we just need to override this for the appropriate ones. So disorientation. Which one is that? Which one of you is disoriented? Nope. Okay, disorientation is dire beers. That's just a standard map. Don't need anything else. Chicken dash, standard map. The maps on the wiki have some ideas of possible places for chickens to spawn, and it doesn't really, like, it's got a few ideas, but it seems incomplete at best. So I'm gonna just have a standard map. Green challenge, that's the keg map. So we're gonna go ahead and bring maze map keg, not key. We're going to go ahead and for the Cloven track, the Speedy Errand and the Fool's Errand, those are all just the main one. Misplaced Companions, that's the elves. And A Laugh at the Lost is the signs. So I think that's all of the, that's all of them. We've got the main one, elves, keg. Oh, the main map, right. That's the one for doing the run through. Sorry, the Cloven track, Speedy Errand, and a Fool's Errand. That can all use the main pathing. And then anything else, we'll just give the blank one. Okay, let's swap in these these strings. All right, let's be kind to ourselves and start with a double tab. All right, so disorientation to whatever's at the very bottom. A Laugh at the Lost. All right, and did we type everything? No! Attempt at global images. Oh! Is it not already loaded? Let's find out. All right, quest strings is here, and images is here. What if we just import images first? Seems fine. We'll just do that. I don't really feel good about separating up strings and quest strings. We'll just bump it up one more. Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. Why not? Okay, awesome. Yeah. Thanks to daylight savings time, I feel like I have an extra hour today, so I'm gonna keep on going, even though I've been talking for a little bit for a while. United States went to daylight saving time. I forgot to update my tweet about this, but last weekend, I believe, and in Europe, I believe it's standardized to be the last Sunday of March, instead of just wobbling around. And so we've got a couple of weeks of overlap here. Okay, I think that's everything I wanted to add to quest strings. Let's close that up and save some space here. Let's see. Oh, these strings here are not going to be translated, and that's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Anything else that I wanted to look into in my notes before we go ahead and make this happen? I don't think so. Okay, so we have some new information. So we have a quest key, and I'm picturing this is the thing right here. And so what I was thinking is that if we get the stuff that is in here, or I guess it was stop closing things before you're done with them. Okay, so map. So disorientation. If we have disorientation, then what we want is the thing here, right? So local quest details equals whatever the name of this thing is. Scroll all the way back up. We have quest strings dot spring It's not dot. That's a numerical index. And then we have the quest. And so the real question is, does it have a map? Because some of these don't have maps. So if quest details dot map, then use it, right? Like, what are we doing? We're just setting the background, right? So we have saved off this thing. So that thing we're going to call set background on it. And kind of by definition, the thing that we're setting the background on is the map that was in there. And then the only other thing is, I think we can assume that if we just change the map, we should be visible, right? So let's go ahead and say maze map set visible to true. And maybe there could be an option that says don't automatically open the map or something. Third says enable/disable the map button. I guess I don't mind if people open the map even if it's not relevant. Like, who am I to judge their life decisions? The only thing I'm doing is if I change to a different season, I'm hiding the map button because there's no relevant maps. But I think I'm comfortable just leaving it. Like, if it gets more people to run the Hedge Maze, I'm all for it. Oh, what's this? That looks cool. I'll go do that. Is something no one's going to say. But in my head they will. Okay, so if there's a map, use the map and make us visible. I don't know. That looks good. Let's see. Did I make any typos? No. Okay, so first question. If we go ahead and go disorientation, nothing happened. What about misplaced companions? What about, I forgot to actually call this function. Right. So we need to call this function from some place where the quest is changing. So we have a quest dropdown quest. There we go. Dropdown quest. So when that changes, we have a call to refresh quest guide. That sounds good. Let's look at that. We find the quest. We call load quest. Okay, let's look at that. And then this is where we do all the stuff for a quest. Awesome. Let's put some code in here to actually call that function. So right now, this is a very Spring specific thing. So I think we don't even want to be calling this function if we're not Spring. So let's check if this is Spring or not. And if it is, then we'll go ahead and call maze map update with that quest key. I think that's the quest key. It's calling out that it's a key and not like the name of a quest. I like that, actually. Let's steal that. This is a quest key. It's nice to call that out. Make it a little bit more obvious that it's not the data, it's not the name of it, it's the key of that. And therefore we can use it in the table. I like that. Okay, well, what about the Maze in Westmead? Asked Thurlor, adding more stuff to my to-do list. I think that's a really good idea. I think in that case, we would want to drop down at the top in order to specify which one it is. Because, of course, that one rotates. And I don't think there's any obvious way to detect it other than once you specify it, we know what day you specified it, and therefore what the next one should be. So we could automatically advance it. All right, so we have a fool's errand. Woo. Okay. Speedy errand. Disorientation. Misplaced companions. Oh, that's so pretty. Most of that credit goes to the person who made this map that I'm stealing from, mind you. So who was that? Who uploaded that? Hyacinth. Hyacinth, thank you for an awesome map. I use it every year. Thorlo says, my point was that this won't always be restricted to Spring Festival, so you might as well contemplate that now. That's a fair point. Actually, hang on. What are we doing in here? Okay, what if we just use selected festival and quest key, and then it still works no matter what? Okay, so by removing the hard-codedness of the festival here, good idea, Thurlor, we're getting the thing, the entry, and then if it has a map entry, we can load the map. Wow, does it work? Where were we? Disorientation, yep, that's fine. Misplaced companions, nice. Chicken dash, that should be normal. Cloven track, that's all the way through. Thurlor has a heart symbol. Yeah, thanks, that was a good idea. I don't know why I was backing myself into a corner like that. And then the green challenge, make sure you hit that keg before you continue on out. And Stomp a Shrew has nothing to do with this. Oh, that's an interesting idea, though. Should we clear it? Nah, it's fine. Okay, and the real question is, does this automatically work? So let's go ahead and close that map. And where's the elves one? That's you. Okay. Misplaced companions, except... Woo! Okay, so it changed the map, and it made it visible. Nice. Okay, so embed map with various paths. Done. We've done nothing else, but that's okay. That's progress. So we have a map, and what I would really like to do is add that little green dot on it. Let's see. Anything else in my notes that I want to double back on before we make progress? Well, one thing is that I want to, again, I'm influenced by a foul map, and a foul map uses this dot. So it'd be nice to know where it's getting that from. And so I'm going to do a little digging and open up plugins. This is Narrowfinds, foul map, and wow, map control. We're looking for that dot, right? Actually, hang on, is there a sort of resource table? Strings? Strings! Okay. Seems like a weird place for it. Oh, map point. That's what they were calling it. Okay, I remember looking at this earlier. So I think map point is what we want. I'm curious what map point C is, but we're going to start with map point. Lock, unlock, map points. Yeah, let's borrow them both. Okay, so we're going to borrow this map point here and bring that into images as well. Map point, sure, equals that. I'm very curious what that other one was, though. Map point C. And so let's just plot that and see what happens. Okay, so let's put these on the screen. So main map window. Okay, let's come on in. Let's make some more stuff. So local map point equals turbine.ui.control. Great. We want to go ahead and save a reference to that as well. Dan says, your hedge map has the start point in the east. The map in my head starts in the south. Yes. By default, this is showing us based off of the radar. Third says solution, lobotomy. So what I think is really interesting is there isn't necessarily a consensus on what direction these maps should be. I've been using the direction you start going forward is up map for so long, but this really beautiful map has south as up, which is culturally doesn't jive with my how I was raised, but also they have a compass over here saying north is that way, but yeah, totally enter from the west, so I don't even know what they're talking about. It's very weird. And I think they're showing children's spawn points. Yeah, okay, so those things are common children's spawn points, maybe. Anyway, yeah, it's such a fascinating thing to be like, let's have south as up. It's not right or wrong. And then a lot of them have it oriented the way it is in the radar with you coming in on the west side. Nope, this is another south is up. Is it? Where are we? No, this is no. Okay. Yes, this is north is up. Little Redhead points out tweens aren't children. Good point. Good point. Hobbit life cycle is a mystery. But of course, a lot of them have east is up in the orientation, just like this one. So I want to have a button in the options somewhere that lets you set the orientation of which one is up. Now we can actually pause a second and say, hey, let's go ahead and map set rotation. X equals 0, Y equals 0, Z equals 90. And I feel like I've typed the wrong thing because it says it's not found. Let's see. Let's go back to waypoint. Make sure I'm typing that right. All right, plugins, lunar water. I know you do rotation. Waypoint, rotate, set rotation. All right. Set rotation 90. Let's see what happens. Set rotation does not work. I don't know. Thurlor thought it worked on a control. Is it only window? All right, well, Lunar Water's documentation seems to think it works on a window, but not a control. Thane says, don't let me pull your focus off getting the main bits working. Well, I knew rotation worked on a window. Thurlor was mentioning it might work. It might work on controls, and so I wanted to be distracted. Okay, Thurlor says, fun fact, in the Australian client, south is down. Well, in whatever world that client exists, I could totally believe that. Or south is up. All right, well, if controls don't support rotation, Thurlor says, I could be wrong about that. Try making a window, but still setting its parent to the other window. Well, I have set its parent to the other window, so I have map here. Map set rotation. If I set that to be a window, well, first of all, can a window have its parent be another window? That sure doesn't work. Thurlor says windows can have parents. Well, I believe it can have parents. Like, set parent works, but... Oh. Wait a second. Why is map false? Oh, that's mouse visible, not visible. Map set visible true because it's default to false on Windows. Okay. So if we then rotate that, yeah. Okay. So answer is yes. We can rotate that. I'm not sure why when I did rotation before it didn't like it. Hang on a sec. Okay, fun side effect. If you set the rotation of a component that is not visible, it will appear to rotate its parent. At least when both of them are windows. Okay, so if we want to go ahead and rotate that around so south is up, as all right-thinking people might do, then we can do it like this. Or if you really want west to be up, and frustratingly, we can see that rotations are given by 0 degrees being essentially up, Well, zero degrees being normal, and then positive degrees taking you clockwise. And this is actually counter to how you might think of it in trigonometric terms, where 0 degrees is east, for lack of a better word, and rotation turns you counterclockwise. And that might bite us. Okay. Thurlower says, I guess that rotation is a method of window, not control, but you can use a window as a child. Yeah, I'm totally going to use window as a child. That sounds great. For some reason, I was thinking that parenting windows to other windows didn't result in a reasonable outcome. And it does. So that's awesome. Wait a second. Okay, the rotation doesn't stick. That's fascinating. Let's already account for that before we forget about it. So maze map parrot rotation equals, let's say that, and then toggle visibility. If new visibility, then we need to reapply this rotation. So map set rotation. That rotation, will that do it? I mean, maybe I'm over-engineering this, but okay, I need the full name of the map. But just seeing that rotation clear itself was a little alarming. Okay, that sticks. Okay, so that's fascinating. I don't know if that rotation is cleared normally on being hidden or visible, but windows, children of other windows that are hidden or visible, there definitely seems to be a thing happening there. Okay, and as long as we never change the visibility of the map component itself, we do not have to worry about, actually, let's make a note. Note, never set this to false, because then the rotations affect the parent control, which is bad. Oh, Thurlower says, I think if you resize the screen, it also clears the rotation. Or is that stretching? Can't remember. Great point. I think that's kind of on you. No, I'm just kidding. Let's add a note to that. Note. To do. Find out if resizing the screen also clears rotations. Given how unsticky it seems to be, you might have it right, Thurlower. But because I'm streaming right now, I'm going to resist the urge to put LOTRO into a windowed mode, because I don't want to cause any problems. Okay, so yeah, we can totally make it so up is going into the maze instead. And as we can see, if we just set this variable over to 0, then it doesn't work. Why didn't it work? Because I didn't actually use that value. Sure would be nice to be consistent. Okay. All right, there we go. So we can see how if we want to change that in runtime, we just need to update that rotation. In fact, let's make a function for it. Function set rotation, new rotation, degrees from north, from up, clockwise. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not actually going to name it that, but that's the inherent way these coordinates are treated in LOTRO speak. And I really wish it was counterclockwise from east, but that's me. And in radians. Probably a bad idea. Okay, so new rotation, and this is where we want to go ahead and set that. Okay, so this equals new rotation, and we can actually just use that here. Thriller says, just accept a cardinal direction since you're not supporting arbitrary angles. Since the function I'm passing it to is accepting arbitrary angles, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. But absolutely in the user interface, it'll just be choose north, south, east, or west. There will be no entering your degrees in the user interface. It's harder anyway. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually prefix this. Maze map set rotation. All these mazes are probably going to go away actually, but all right, set rotation to whatever, and that'll update these things. So at that point, we don't need this anymore. Okay, well, that's good. And if we come in and go ahead and set rotation to 45, great. No notes. Thorlo says, I think you would have clipping issues anyway. I don't think the child window would be properly clipped by the parent window. I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. That's great. Yeah, if I re-rendered this map as a circle, maybe? But circular windows are hard, and I have no reason to it. Okay, done playing around with the rotations. Perfect, okay. So we have the ability to do arbitrary rotations on the UI. Awesome. Support rotation. Done in code, not in options. Okay. Support turning the dot. That seems really cool. Okay, so this is actually a couple of step process. I did a little digging into how it works in Waypoint and in file map. That'd be very cool. You could draw a circular version of the LOTRO window. I know, right? You could take this window. It wouldn't be skinnable, but you could take this window, morph it into a circle with its nice silver border, and then the closed X is that just at the northeast point. I think from a Hobbit door perspective, circular windows make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of manual work under the covers there. Okay, so we need to monitor chat for the /loc command. And one thing that comes to mind is that if we're already monitoring chat, we'll want to switch to multiple dispatch. Or do the multiple dispatch here. So in the chat logger here, we do a chat log or turbine.chat.received equals. So we can either go ahead and add our code here, or we can just do a multiple dispatch with the add callback here and add our own callback as well and do our own filtering for standard. Either way. I like the multiple dispatch approach because it separates out concerns. You don't have to have a single point here that knows about all the other points in the plugin. But, you know, I think there's pluses in each. So we could just also call the function here that says, do you want this? Either way, we're going to want to have a function that does handle that. And so, let's see, what did I want to call that? How about parse chat location? That sounds great. Function parse chat location. Now we're going to take the message that comes in from chat, and we're going to do something with that. So let's just check turbine shell.writeLine, checking message blah. Concatenate in that message. Okay. So that's what we're going to be checking. And then we want to go ahead and hook that up to something. So either we need to get our own callback for this, or in here, just call parse chat location. Parse chat location with C message. Okay. And again, let's go ahead and prefix that with maze map. Since this isn't a member function of a class, I'm trying to kind of restrict our pollution of the namespace here. So maze map part is chap location. Okay. So let's start by looking at what that looks like. And this is actually going to look at all standard messages, if I understand this correct. Filter standard, if the type equals standard. I think we should also care if the window is visible. If the window is not visible, let's not bother about this. The main map window, I should say. So if is visible, not that, then return. Parsing chat is just, it's a complicated enough thing. I don't want to do it for every standard message. But if the window is visible, and I trigger a /loc command, we can see checking message, you are on Treebeard server. Great. This is what we want to decode. And this is already a known thing how to do it. Fortunately, I did not have to invent this technique. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and split out that message. And you know what? Let's go ahead and rename this a little bit. Standard handle standard message. Handle standard chat message. Okay, so we're going to start with that because I actually want to mirror what some of these other plugins are doing as well. So Waypoint has also its own parse, I think. Good. How is that getting called? Process command arguments. Cool, on the target. So we're parsing the coordinates from that. This is probably going to be more like in foul map, actually. We're just responding to an LOC to put a dot on there. So does it have its own parse? It does. Great. So on the turbine chat received, which we know we were doing that, we're doing standard stuff. It's looking at some prefixes. Thorlo says, I think I basically copied Lunar Water's function for precise coordinates also. Yeah, I suspect so. I feel like there's a library calling out to be had here because RT plugin and follow map and reminders and waypoint all use basically the same thing and all get broken at the same time when they change what the /loc message pops out. Okay, so waypoint has these messages. These LOC messages, map control messages. I've did some manual modifications to make them work with a /loc, and so yeah, blah server at that was a change. So the way foul map uses it is it's looking at these prefixes, making sure that prefix exists, and if it does, it tries to go ahead and do a parsing on that substring. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me because the regex is going to fail as soon as possible. I guess I can appreciate not wanting to start the regex at all. So you just do a little bit of a check at the beginning of the string. I guess I could see it either way. And the real question is the regex being compiled and executed every time, or just get compiled the first time it runs, and then after that it's reusing it, in which case it doesn't matter. I'm going to assume the second one, because that makes me happier. Okay, So we want to do the parsing, and that's going to give us information from that parse. Okay, let's go ahead and have that function. Function maze map parse chat location message. And in that parsing, we're going to try to find stuff. Okay. So this specific logic is great. I'm glad it works. I'm glad I don't have to discover it. I'm very curious if the first person to do this logic had to reverse engineer it for themselves, or did a blue on the forums kind of say, oh, this is what you're looking for. So if anyone knows the history of that... Agartha points out it's not a regex, it's a pattern, and says, I doubt that the Lua core compiles it since it's not nearly as complex as a regex. Good point. I should always say patterns instead of regexes when I'm dealing with Lua, and I forget. Yeah, so if anyone knows the oral history of how this logic of the x and y coordinates getting decomposed from the output here, which has what looks like gross and small versions of the x and y coordinates together. Thorlor says the page on the LOTRO wiki. Sweet. I love the LOTRO wiki. /LOC. All right, I'm going to save that for later. Details about... Thorlo, let me know if that's the one he meant. Agartha says the heading is also part of /LOC, so you can rotate the map depending on where the character is looking, theoretically. I plan to look at the heading to show which way we're facing. Definitely. Okay. So I'm going to mostly copy-paste these details without worrying about too much what's going on. I had some debug statements in there while I was trying to understand what on earth was going on. Says, yep, that's the one I meant. I guess the info was in the lore book originally, which was maintained by Turbine. Okay, well, I'm glad no one had to stress themselves to figure out what was going on there. Okay, so these are various formats that the log message might come in as, based on whether you're inside or outside or whatever. Most of these won't matter for being here in Breland, but I figure it's okay. We also have a couple of functions, round and toNum, that would be good to bring on in whole cloth right now just to make this work. So we'll just copy that in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and kill some of these statements here. Okay, a bug that Lunar Water had on Waypoint, actually, that I noticed long ago, and has been since fixed, is that your heading, when you were facing directly north, your heading would the heading message could disappear. I wonder if I can simulate that here. Yes, so the heading message will not be included, as we can see here, if you're facing due north. Do not like. I wish they would not do that. Do make sure if H, if not H, then H equals 0. That actually might be if H equals H or 0. That might be a faster way of fixing it. Heading is not always included. Thurlow says you need to make sure not to round it so much. Actually, that's a good point. Why am I rounding it at all? Three digits of precision might be enough for the map, but that's a point. Why am I rounding it? Let's start by not rounding it. Yeah, x equals x, y equals y. That's great. All right, headings not always included. Fill it in if missing. Okay, so that if you assume that the heading's going to be there, if you're facing exactly north, it will not be there. That's a good gotcha. And what else? All right, we have the round, we have the tunum. Are we even using round anymore? Not obviously. What's up with tunum? Oh, does the /LOC output include commas if you're on other languages? I guess it would. Fascinating. Well, that's frustrating. Okay, so we have an x or a y coordinate based on that. Let's look and see what that looks like. And see if it's working at all. That's always important. So we're gonna get local parsed. No. Coordinates equals parsing that. We have the message, and then we're going to go ahead and turbine.shell.writeLine a dump of those coordinates. Oh, thanks, Slarian. A sample from Shadowfax German client. Their site auf dem server Shadowfax. Okay, it's using dots. So I think this tunum is. Oh, it's accounting for tunumber itself might choke if the string uses dots instead of commas. Thanks so much, Valerian. In fact, I'm going to copy that off. I'm going to clip it, apparently. Yeah, okay. So the two-number call, if that's going to fail, depending on your version, by having dots instead of commas before you parse a decimal number into a number, that's fun. So, yeah, okay, that seems good to know about. Are we using client lang in this way? We are. Great. All right, let's see if that works at all, or if I've made some copy-paste mistakes. Well, it's sure not parsing correctly, but all right. So we're looking for these messages. Oh, let's go ahead and move this this check here into the if we got in R value. And then, all right, so let's go ahead and add some more debug output. Make sure we're getting where we think we're getting. Parsed. All right. Cool, parsed, that's good. Why am I not seeing the coordinates then? What's going on here? Nice map. is getting called from there. I hate when things don't seem to be working the way I think they should be. What's going on? All right. Show me that. All right, maze map. Parse chat location. Did I forget to update this? Okay. There we go. Okay, yay, coordinates. Fantastic. So we can see instead of what would be, I'm not going to help elves. Instead of 24.8 and 50.9, we can see we're actually over here at 24.7776 and 50.86775. So, oh, okay. Little Redhead says the next casual stroll scenario might be Wednesday, March 22, which is next week. Excellent. But where will scenario be going? Maybe there's a poll up for that. Okay. Awesome. So we have coordinates. What we need to do is figure out how to translate those coordinates into a place for the dot to appear. And for that, I want to borrow from file map as well. So parse chat coordinate. It's going to use those coordinates and translate them for whatever map you're looking at. And so how does that work? We have map data. All right, do we have map data? Awesome. So in file map, and probably RT plugin where it originated, there is a function that returns a function based on the stuff it was given, that when you call that function with a specific x, y, you get your xy coordinates on the screen, or at least within an image. Dorla says, ha, I wrote that. Which part? Hang on. Sorry, I lost track of when you said that. Okay. Wait, did you write the RT plugin? Well, it's got Mathwold's name on it, so maybe you were talking about something else. Okay, so, you wrote the coords function. Oh, okay, nice. Well, a function that generates a function is amusing. And it saved you having to pass in these north, west, south, east coordinates all the time. And so what we have here is map data Shire C is the function returned by coordinates, or coords, given this north, west, south, east. And just a note, Thurlar, if you're the one who named this, I feel like that should have been top. Well, no, I guess those are north, west, south, east, but yeah. Okay, that part in our RT plugin, yeah, okay. And so what we want to do is we want to figure out what these coordinates are on our map that are the bounding box, the upper left and the lower right. However we want to think about that. So if we come over here and we put our arrow here, we can see that we are at this northwestern boundary here, and that's specifically these coordinates here. But we can see the map itself extends a little bit. And so we have this little bit of tree right there. And so what we actually want to do is come up to more like here, and this is where our map begins. And so we can use that that same debug output here, and we can get our precise coordinates for where the top left is here. And so we can see the top left is minus 24, 32, 34, 5, and 50.8718. We don't need that much precision. And Thurlow was cautioning about precision. 1 decimal point of precision is not enough for a map of this scale. 2 probably is. 5 or 4 is overkill. I have an alarm, and that alarm is not going to be helpful right now. Okay, so what we want to do, Thurlor says you just need 2 points. The further apart, the better for linear interpolation. I think it's that's a fair point, because what this function is doing is it's scaling the difference between your upper left and lower right points, and then scaling it up by the size of the image. Now our image is 500 by 500, but yeah, the difference between yellow and the west divided by the total width. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do the upper left and lower right anyway. I think that's gonna be fun. So we're gonna go ahead and copy these off. Not with that keyboard shortcut, we're not. And bring them on in to something. Chat logger seems to be done. All right. Do I need a function that returns a function? Seems like overkill for right now. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Okay, so top left is this. And then lower right, same thing. I'm just going to run on over and grab that. Thurlor, you say you just need 2 points, but wouldn't you also, if those 2 points were not the upper left and lower right of the map, wouldn't you also need to account for how many pixels there were in between them in order to get the proper scaling? Like, if I use the upper left and lower right of these towers, then I couldn't use 500 pixels and 500 pixels, right? I'd have to use the actual number of pixels on the image between them. I don't know, I'm just thinking about this off the top of my head, but that feels like a concern. All right, so we can see on here. Okay, you need to know both our coordinates and pixel positions. And the shortcut for me is 0, 0, and 500, 500 if I can nail this. So we can see. We want to be down. Man, that is not very distinct, is it? It's like maybe here. I don't know. How do I feel about that? Yeah, that's... maybe. How do I feel about those? Yeah, close enough. Burglar asks, are you using a map tile from the game client? Now, I did the lazy route, and I just opened up LOTRO Companion and used its radar view. Oh, interesting. If so, you can get the coordinates of the corners from Garen's data files. Wow, that's a good idea. I am not doing that, and I probably should. I'm going to go ahead and pop this in here. Note. We can get these better if comments All right, I got a note here for me to look at later. But ultimately, this feels pretty close to where we are there. So I'm going to call that good enough. And as I said, 2 decimal points of precision is probably enough for this. Fairly says, well, then you can just use an iterative process, adjusting chords until your marker is in the right position. Yeah, pretty much. All right, like this just has to be good enough for it to look like I'm not running through walls. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. All right, so we now have a function where we're getting an XY coordinate. Where'd my code go? There we go. Okay. So we have a coordinate where we're going to get the longitude and latitude in and do something with it. Okay. So west, north, south, and east. All right. Local west equals this. Local north equals. Local south equals, well, east equals that. And local west, north, south, east, south. Great. I just noticed in-game, no wonder I keep seeing north, south first, and then east, west, and... Yeah, I'm so used to X and then Y. Fairlore says, if your map's zoom level is that of the radar, then you know the scaling factor at least. Well, I don't actually know. I zoomed in as far as I could on the LOTRO companion, so it could have scaled it up more. Or did I? I forget my process. All right, they've spelled latitude with 2 T's. I'm going to spell it with 1 T because I think that's correct. We'll see. And here, this 800 by 600 is hard-coded, but we want to go ahead and reference the variable in case that's ever going to change. So map width and map height. So we have a function that takes in a latitude and a longitude, and goes ahead and spits out the XY. And this is chords to... I know, the name of this is tricky because you're taking in geographic coordinates and you're spitting out the XY that you are painting on. Chords to pixels. All right, there we go. So we've seen where this is coming from. How is it getting used? So we get those coordinates from here. Thurlor says, for the radar, it's something simple. I think it's 10 meters equals 200 pixels or something. Yeah, all right, fair enough. So we get the pixels, and we want to go ahead and call those from whatever it just called parse chat location. So if coordinates, then local pixels equals coords to pixels. And this is a small thing, but I kind of like the naming thing that puts like with like. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right now. But pixels from coordinates. And so if you do this naming thing, especially when we're converting from geographic XY coordinates to pixel XY coordinates, we can see right here that this line looks semantically coherent, right? Pixels equals pixels from coordinates. And if at any point you were passing pixels to something saying from coordinates, or calling coordinates something that says pixels from, you know you've got something wrong there, right? So I'm gonna name it like that. It's a little clunky to pick up if you're not used to. I will give it that. All right, so we've got our pixels. What are we going to do with that instead of coordinates? Well, this is where we just move the thing on the screen. So I guess we need to borrow that code, huh? So move QS. What the heck are you? Okay, so MoveQS is a quick slot. And it looks like it comes with a hider because, oh, they're trying to make it so you can click on it and do a /LOC. Okay. And where's the background? Okay, that's the thing that's using the map point. Awesome. Borg in chat says, question, I'm in game right now and I could have sworn Rivendell used to have homesteads. Was this true or my imagination? Well, the elves certainly have homesteads, but the elven homesteads are over in Eredluin, just east of the river from Kellendam. And so you're looking for the Falathorn homesteads, which has a very elven feel to it. But currently, though it is speculated that maybe the next housing will be Rivendell-esque, that's just pure community speculation at that point, or at least parts of the community I spend time in. And so, yeah, you're looking for the Falathorn homesteads just east of Kellendam. It's pretty if you like elvish things. And who doesn't? Okay, Thriller says we don't need to be clickable. Certainly not at start. They're definitely worried about the Z order. Why are they setting the Z order? Oh, well. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and lift a lot of these ideas out and put them into our window. But we are going to simplify it down a lot. So, it's we want it to be control. We need to remember to set the parent. Map point, set parent. Awesome. Hedge Maze map plan. Done and done. We want to set the size. Yeah, cool. Sounds good. Map point, set size. 13 by 13. We want it to be visible false? Yeah, I buy that. Although I think it starts out. Yeah, starts out visible. Okay, false. Great. Set mouse visible false. Yeah, okay. I like it. Set the Z order. We want it to be +1 of something else. Do we care, actually, about the Z order? I'm going to go ahead and say probably not at this point because we've made it on top of the map. But the map is itself a window, so clicking on it might change the Z order in a way that we don't like. So we'll keep that in our back pocket. Set the background. Well, we have our images, and we have map point. Awesome. Let's go ahead and do that. And they also have the set blend mode for an alpha blend. That sounds great. There's transparencies involved, I would imagine. So now that we have the thing, we're going to go ahead and move it whenever we see the /LOC. Now, naively, we're just going to paint it wherever. And if it's out of bounds, it's out of bounds. So let's see what they do for that. Oh, and let's get rid of some of these chat messages. I'm going to keep that coordinate dump, though. That was handy. Great. Okay. Okay, so we've got the pixels. And so we're going to call that map point. Great. So map point set visible to true. Awesome. That's dealing with the thing and its hider. Okay. And great. We're going to set the position to be pixels 1 and 2 minus 6, which is just so rough feeling. Let's go to pixels from quartz a sec. We're returning x and y. Let's do the same thing. Let's name that x and y. So we can go ahead and say pixels.x and pixels.y. Great. Tellurian replies in case they missed the answer. There has never been a homestead in Rivendell. Elf homes are in Falathorn. It's nice to be justified. I said something very similar to Tellurian. All right, we have no cat sitting next to me. That's very disappointing.
Yeah, he's next to me.
Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, you just finished eating? Okay. I just stole him away and took him to the vet yesterday, and I think he's still wary about me picking him up and stealing him. Fair enough. All right, so we set it to visible, and we set its position based off of this. I don't like the 6/6. What I would like to do instead is go ahead and say maze map when parent dot. Actually, hang on. The map point itself, let's set map point dot width equals 13 map point dot height. I mean, this is sort of the expected width and expected height, right? And so you can set the size to these things, but that's what we expect the image size to be. Sure, hope so anyway. But then we can go ahead and say that divided by 2, for instance. I guess we could pre-calculate it. Though it says you could set it to native size with set stretch mode and then call get size. That's a good point. I don't actually know if that's wrong. Let's see how it looks and then play around with it. But that -6 here, let's go ahead and fix that with local radius equals this. Yeah. All right, the cat is back. Awesome. Minus radius. And that makes it a little bit more clear, I hope, what's going on. We have the center point of the green dot, but we are placing it based off of its upper left corner. Though says, I'm sure it's right, it's just hard-coded. But the good news is, Standing Stone Games seems to be very reluctant to change existing things when they could just add a new one, and so I don't think that dot's going to change anytime soon. I am now thinking I will rule my words one of these days. All right, so we make it visible. We set its position. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I have typos. Okay. So let's get ourselves into the maze. Fellow says, you might want to change the icon. I might. That is very true. All right. I definitely have an error. All right. Attempting to perform arithmetic on local longitude, a table value. Well, let's take a look at that. We're at line 106. 106. All right. Longitude is coming in. Pixels from coords. Yeah, that would do it. I'm getting coordinates. What on earth did they do? When they called coords, oh, they split it out. That's funny. Y and X. I changed the return. Well, the return value was a table from coords. Let's go to map data for a second. Map data coordinate returns a table of X and Y. Wait, am I in the right place? I feel like I'm in the wrong place. 106. Okay, so pixel from coords is getting past coordinates, which is maze map parse chat location. Great. Parse chat. Yeah, okay, so they're splitting parse chat location out. And they're having to call Y and X to refer to specific things. Let's fix that in one go. So maze map parse chat location. We get an X and we get a Y. And we need to go ahead and update that to be a thing. So we can see longitude is being related to east and west, which is x. So we'll just name that longitude equals that. And we'll name this latitude, but with a single t for north-south. I actually have a lot of trouble remembering which one of those is which on a globe, which is very frustrating because I feel like I should internalize that, and yet. All right, so we pass that to pixels from coords, and then we can just say local longitude equals coords dot longitude, and local, actually it doesn't even matter at this point, we're only using them the one time, and then we get coordinates out of that. I don't know, maybe that works. Let's find out. Okay, well, it didn't crash with it didn't throw an error, so that's good, but it didn't work either, which is a little disappointing. Okay, so let's get ourselves turbine.shell.writeLine. Say that we're here. Let's go ahead and also coordinates equals great. Third law says by all coherent logical reasoning, it should be latitude with 2 t's. Should it? Because you had the word long, and you followed up with etude, and then you had the word lat, and you followed up with etude. So if you just remove the etude, does it make more sense to be 1t or 2's? Lat, lat. The problem is in English, those have the same pronunciation. The A is short. That's fair. That's true. In Dutch, that would be latitude. And if you throw the actual T in there, it would force the A to be a short A for latitude. I don't know that English feels that coherent, but now that I look at a lot of English words from a Dutch language perspective, I do see that pattern emerging some, if not all the time. So point given, I accept that. If English was coherent in its spelling, I would expect 2 T's there. All right, so reload. I got coordinates, awesome. Okay, let's get those pixels out too. Oh, I'm immediately thinking that those pixels are just going to be on the screen, and therefore it's not going to be on my image. How embarrassing. Yeah, pixels. Gotta dump the right thing. Than if English was coherent. That's a sticking point, isn't it? Okay, now we can see pixel-wise, we are moving that thing, setting position, but we actually want to set the position. Well, who's parent? Map point, you are parented to there, but you should probably be parented to the map, for one thing. So your coordinate system is based on the parents. Hey, there we go. And also, so the Z-order is correct. Oh, that's exciting. Now, for those people who don't already have it, you can bind a key to your /loc command. I've got it bound to a shortcut here, alias there, so I can just click that. I also have it bound, my right mouse wheel tilting bound to this shortcut as well. You can see it's saying button there. That's my mouse button. And so I can activate it with my mouse, or I can just click this. If you don't have that, it's harder. Which is why I think some of the places include the ability to click on the green dot itself. However, I want the green dot to disappear after a few seconds, The same way the waypoint kind of disappears, well, goes back to a question mark after a few seconds, because I don't want to give the impression that this position is trustworthy. It's temporarily correct. But I am very excited to see that the dot is not crossing any walls, so we can see I'm running into that wall there. Running into that wall there. It's a little rough on that wall. I think I actually want that point where we said radius is 6, I'm going to bump it up to a 7. Yeah. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now, a problem that we have with this is that it's only correct if the map is in the north is up orientation. So if we come back here to setting our rotation to 90, we can see that, wait a sec. Huh. Wait, did I do something wrong, or... Oh, good point. Thurlow says the children are rotated also. I was expecting they would not rotate. Well, that just makes life so much easier. Wow. All right. Okay. Well, that saves us from having to do some math to put it in the right location. So, nice. Okay. So something I was joking around a bit, some of you may have seen a screenshot of me playing around with this, was we get a heading when we parse out this map location, right? So we get the heading here. So we can actually include that heading equals H. And then the maze map parse location, we can go ahead and do something with that. Like we can maze map set rotation to coordinate dot heading. So this is where if you wanted the map to face the direction that you were facing, you could do that, right? But I think it's not a great solution because it's rotating around the center instead of around your character's point. But it is fascinating to me to be like, yeah, I can see the effects of the maze. I can see how the maze is shaping in front of me. I'm guessing there would be general consensus that this is bad design with a capital B. But it amuses me to no end. I feel like I should put it in there, and it would always do this on like April 1st or something. Thurlor says you should draw an arrow instead of a dot. I like the idea of an arrow, Thurlor, especially if it was the arrow... Oh, hey. Give me a map. Especially if it was... Oh, they lock you out. No, they don't. Okay, hang on. Okay, there. Especially if it's this one. If I had the image ID of this arrow, I would like that very much. Because right now, you can't see which way you're facing unless you're in this alternate method. Thurler says, come on, you can make it rotate around the dot. I could, but I'm not going to. Not tonight. So this is a no. But this is where I would say update the heading of the thing. Of the map point. Okay. Yeah, Van says it's fun, but it would make my head hurt after a while. I agree. Actually, let's go ahead and set this to a 90-degree rotation. I'm so used to that. Oh, it is set to 90. Good. Of course. I'm so used to the map looking like this. So what I would say... Here, let me put some elves on there. Misplaced companions. There we go. Looks a little bit more colorful. What I would say is let's do a quick check through my item ID list and see if we can't find that arrow real fast. Of course, I gotta find out where I remember where I put the thing. Where is that? Item ID reference. Where did I put that? I downloaded it from LOTRO interface, maybe? It was like a skinning image IDs list, but I feel like, yeah, it was a numerical list. I feel like it came from this skinning community kind of thing, and I'm gonna spend like 5 more seconds trying to remember where I put it, and then move on with my life. But if anyone else out there has any ideas of what the heck I'm talking about, that'd be very handy. I'll have to look that up later. But anyway, yes, once one has the image ID for that thing, and now I'm actually curious about that other image ID that we saw. All right, so what was this map point? Looks identical. Where would I have put that thing? Yeah, I think that might have actually been on a different computer, actually. Whoops. All right, so yes, change this out for the red map arrow so that you can see which way you're facing. But in the short term, I do actually have another solution, which is just draw a line on there so you can actually see some orientational differences. And so what that would look like is resource dir ... and then map point directional. But I do need to actually call that in quotes. All right, so what would that look like? That would look like this. And this is where you can see that I'm not yet rotating it. So let's fix that. And my real question is, do I need to take into account the actual rotation of the thing? So let's make our own function for this. Function map maze set map point rotation, new rotation. Maze, and I need to spell function correctly, or that's not going to work at all. Maze map set map point rotation. All right, great. Do I need a whole function for that? Maybe. I think the answer is maybe because I'm worried about that disappearing. So, all right. We have this dot rotation equals new rotation. And then we need to do the actual rotation. Okay, and for that, we're looking to do map point set rotation. It's not a window. Sure would be nice if it was one. Window. Set rotation to new rotation. And let's see how that works. Oh, it's not going to work at all because I'm rotating at an x coordinate. Oh, no wonder it looks like a flat disk. Hey! Now, as we can see, it's not right because it's going based off my actual... No, what is it doing? It is rotating incorrectly. Okay, so I think we need to handle its rotation. All right, so local new composite rotation equals maybe? This rotation plus new rotation. It's not going the right way, and it's not starting off in the right position. So let's clear up some of these other debug messages that are not being helpful anymore. Great. And let's figure out what these two rotations are. So turbine.shell.writeLine, wind map rotation, and that is this one. My rotation, and that is new rotation. And let's get a sense of that. Okay, so map rotation is 90, my rotation is 270. That's great. Map rotation is 90, my rotation is basically 30. So we want the dots rotation. Here, let's stop rotating it at all. Make sure I haven't done something weird here. Oh, that is weird. Is setting... Did set it... Did setting its location... Okay, something just broke. And I'm trying to remember if it was me or not. Okay, so if this map rotation is at 0, everything is good. Great. But that rotation is not working. If I were to just go ahead and say this thing's rotation is the way I'm facing, it maybe just needs to be backwards. Oh, right, because I'm turning in one way, so maybe it needs... Okay, well, a negative rotation works. If my rotation is 90, why on earth would I need to pass minus 90? That's weird. I must fundamentally misunderstand something about rotations in this game. But if we have a map rotation of 90... Okay, yeah, okay. Rotations must be going in the other direction. Then that dot is not going anymore. Did that change when I changed the thing I was using? No. Didn't we see this working? I need to start doing commits so I can actually see what I've changed recently. I change it to be a window. That's my problem. If it's a control and it's hosted on its parent, then it just rotates. As soon as you make it a window, but if it is a control, right, it wouldn't update its facing. Okay, so fantastic. Because we want to support rotation on the dot, we set it to be window. As soon as we set it to be window, we are in charge of rotating it ourselves. Well, how hard is it to rotate around a center point, really? Well, the first thing is to make sure that our facing of the dot is correct. So let's make sure we have that. Okay, so we have the dot facing correct. All we need to do is rotate it around a center point on the map until it's in the correct position. And I actually would like to finish that off tonight, but I'm going to do a quick bio break. So I will be right back in a minute. All right, hopefully I am back. Don't use that screen very often. Okay, so Dan says, I think just having a moving dot in the maze already makes it pretty easy to sort out where you are. I know, I just really love the idea of a facing dot. I mean, so knowing where you are is great, knowing which direction you're facing. So my main use case for this is the drink drinks and wake up in a random spot place, where you basically wake up and it's like this, right? And so knowing where you are is nice, but knowing which direction you're facing, I think is an extra layer of awesomeness. And I don't think it's too bad, actually. So The first thing that comes to mind when I think of this problem is we're doing a rotation around a center point, and we're drawing on the screen in Cartesian coordinates, right? Your standard x and y. Reasonably standard because we're actually drawing from an upper left corner instead of like a lower left corner, but close enough for our purposes. And if we're doing rotations around a center point, my first instinct is to say, can we just convert these Cartesian coordinates to polar coordinates, do the rotation there, and then unconvert the coordinates back into Cartesian? Because I think that's a more straightforward approach. If you have more math knowledge than I do, I'd love to hear if you have other ideas, as long as they don't include the term matrix multiplication. And even if it does, I guess I'd be willing to hear it if it's possible to do it in Lua. All right. So we're going to go ahead and close some of those. So what we want to do is in this drawing of the location, okay, so we have the pixels from the coordinates. We want to rotate those around a center point, and this term radius here is not great. Let's go ahead and maze map move map whatever it is point, and we want unrotated x, unrotated y. Okay, so ideally we can just call this with pixels x and pixels y, and leave the radius stuff to that. And so the first thing we're going to be doing is setting that visibility. We're going to go ahead and hoist that out, and this radius as well. Third law says, what is the problem is dot not maintaining its position within the map when you rotate the dot? Not if it's a window. If it's a control, it sticks just fine. But as soon as we want to be able to rotate that thing, so if the map point is a control, like this, then, my goodness, then I'll have some sort of an error. There we go. Unrotated x, unrotated y. Okay. So in that case, the rotation is great, but we, it sticks in the maze in the right spot, but then we can't rotate the image itself. So, try doing set parent after you rotate it. Oh, that's an idea. Sure, let's do that. So we want to go ahead and set parent this, and I wonder if we'll have to set the position as well. Okay, so map point window. Okay, we can see that that's not doing it right. What if we also set the position? What? Set rotation, map point. Sure, better make sure that map point is visible. Okay. Yeah, it is not working. The way I would want it to. Okay, so we don't do the rotation, and if this thing is a control, then all is fine. As soon as it is a window, even if I'm not doing a rotation, which I'm not currently, it does not detach or does not follow correctly. So the move map point, if we went ahead and reparented it here, is the question, and that does not work. But asks, the map's rotation is only being set once, right? Well, the map set rotation is called once. So I guess that's a question. Could we recall that? Instead of setting the parent. Does not work either. All right, set the parent. Also does not work. All right, so I think that convinces me that we just need to do it ourselves. Fairlord, did you have any other ideas, permutations on that? Thriller says blah. I'm gonna go with no. Okay. If that's the case, and it's fine that it is, then we're just going to do some Cartesian to polar coordinate conversions, and that's fine. Okay, so if that's the case, we want to move the map point in the, and we have unrotated map points here. So we do want to make sure that the thing is visible. We have a point radius, but we're also going to need some other radius because we're talking polar coordinates. So that says all you really need is a transpose function. That's fair. So to convert Cartesian coordinates to polar coordinates, we need to calculate the radius, how far are we away from the center point, and we also need to calculate the angle off of, well, an angle. In this case, we're just going to use the standard polar coordinates of 0 equals east, I think. Let's see. I had a note about this somewhere. Cat's back. I think he's waiting. Waiting for us to go to bed. What do you think? It's bedtime? Yeah. Not quite. We have coordinates to convert. Okay. So we need the center point of the map. We know that's 250, 250, but we can go ahead and do the calculation. So map center equals, where are we storing that? Here, map width and map height. Okay. Local map center x, center y equals that. Okay. We need the distance from the center, so our radius. So we need our radius, we need our theta. So the radius is actually pretty easy. We just do local radius, r equals math dot square root of our x and y from the origin. delta x equals, so positive is greater than 250, negative is minus 250. So if we do the where is this thing? That's the unrotated x. Great. Minus the center x. All right. For y, delta y, we want above the line to be positive and below the line to be negative for later purposes, I think. So y is going down. So if we do map center y minus unrotated y, then I think that does the flip that we want. Okay. And then if we get the local r equals, we're just doing the square root of math.pow of delta x 2 plus math.pow delta y, square that. So it's the square root of the sum of the squares, standard distance formula. Thriller says, oh, interesting. You think just swapping x and y. That's true. This is for an arbitrary rotation. I was thinking for an arbitrary rotation. It is true that if you're only doing 90 degrees, there's simpler ways to do it. But what if I do want to rotate the window around a point? Well, then we're rotating around the center point. That's an interesting point. I mean, swapping to and from polar coordinates isn't that bad. All right, I'll think about that for a moment. All right, given, so x is 0 to 500. Just sort of drawing this out a little bit for make it easier. So if one is at here and you want to go down there, all right, so this is 0, 0. So if I had something, and this is 500, 0. 0, 500, and over here is 500 by 500. And this font size is too large. All right. So if you had something that was basically, and I'm going to draw some midlines here. So that's our center of the map. Okay, so if you had a point, let's call it here, which is roughly, let's put it more obviously off. Really? Okay, so that is roughly 250, yeah, let's call it 300 and, I don't know, 20 or something. So if that's doing a 90-degree rotation, then we want it to end up down here, or down here, or up here. So this would be 500 minus that 20, which would be 480. We'll just say 500 minus 20. Keep it clear where that came from. And the x, would it be 500 minus? It looks like it's about 200. let's claim that that is reasonable. So 200 and 480. Now the other thing is to look at these from distance from this center. So instead of 300 being over, that would be plus 50 and plus 230. Yeah, Thurlar is, if you use 0, 0 as the center. So the other thing would be if this is 200 or 480, then that would really be minus 50 and minus 230. All right, over here, that sure looks like it is, let's see, x. That would be the 250 plus the 20, so 270 and down. Wait, no. Yeah, okay. So yeah, 250 plus most of that. 230, 480 over, and down, that's 250 plus 20 is 270. Or plus 230 and minus 20. And a very similar thing over here. Over here we get 20 and 230. Or minus 230. Did I have that right? 300. Or minus 230, comma, well, that can't be 300. I'm just messing myself up is what I'm doing. Cool. I have some thoughts. All right, so assuming the map rotation is only in 90, 180, 270, or 0, it says choose one coordinate system. I choose all coordinate systems. I mean, essentially this is matrix multiplication, I feel like. Anyway, I think that was supposed to be minus 50. All right. Plus 230 and minus 50. All right. Minus 50, minus 230, and all right, so real question, can I do matrix multiplication in Lua? Or do I just do this manually? I think I just do it manually. They're like, you would convert to center-based coordinates and then come back. How is that better than polar coordinates at that point? At least I understand polar coordinates. Or just subtracting rather than doing square root in trigonometry. But trigonometry is fun. All right. Convert to center-based chords. All right, well, good news is we still need a lot of the same math. Okay, so we have the map center, we have our deltas from there. Okay, so we are going to do that, and I'm just going to do a simple if statement. So if the rotation is whatever, and then just do the swaps that way, because I don't remember how to do matrix multiplication in Lua. All right, so we have a rotation. Great, where's that? This. Okay, then what we actually want, if we are going 90 degrees, which direction are we talking about then? If I said 90 in here, and things went counterclockwise. If I said a map rotation of minus 90, things go clockwise. Okay, so rotations seem to be counterclockwise. At least that is good. Okay, so if it's 90, then we're doing these top ones. So rotate delta x equals minus of delta y. Wait. Why did I write that backwards? That is no good. Wait, it is good. It's from here. Okay. My goodness. Okay, so our x becomes the minus of the y. And our y equals the same thing, delta x. Now, is that always true? Probably not. Otherwise, it wouldn't be necessary. Okay, delta y. They don't switch, they just switch signs. Really, I just wanted to raise this to, or do e to the pi I, right? All right, step one, convert these to complex numbers and then rotate them by, okay. 180 is going to look like 90, I would expect. Or, sorry, 270. Thurler says, no, What's wrong with rotating in a complex plane? That's great. So delta x is positive of delta y, and delta y is the negative of delta x. There we go. So we've done the rotations at that point. That we just need to convert back. So local rotated x equals the opposite of this. So unrotated minus map center x. So we have rotated delta x plus map center x. Local rotated y equals map center minus unrotated y. And if the rotated is up here, then we want map center minus that. So if that was 50 plus the 270, and it's over here, we still want to be, or plus 250, we still want to be plus 350. If the plus 50, that used to be That used to be 20. We did 250 minus that to get 230. Now we need to get back to 200. So is 250 minus that? Yeah, sure. Map center y minus rotated delta y. It's going to look really funny if that's not right. So we're going to go ahead and do rotated x minus the radius and rotated y minus the point radius. Let's give it a try. Hey. Alright, it's not as sexy as polar coordinate transformations. And also the rotation on that thing is not correct. Alright, it is facing the direction I'm facing, but it needs to be rotated according to the map rotation. That makes sense. Okay, so the map point set rotation, I think we need to take into account the other rotation as well. So we're either adding or subtracting this other rotation, I think. Let's give it a try. Probably should have been plus. Hey! Okay. I was looking forward to some polar Cartesian swaps, but Thurlar is correct that this required significantly fewer square roots, powers, cosines, sines, and arctangents to make it work. And I'm just playing around with the walls here, and I'm not seeing myself go through them. Well, I don't know. Is that going through a wall? Well, that is on the edge. Whoops. I think that adjustment we made, whether it's 6 or 7, might matter depending on which direction the map's going. That could be a very minor tweak. Is like you need it to be off by 1 pixel in one direction or the other, and which one that is matters. Like it's too high right now on the north side. Very minor issue. 6.5. I mean, it's a reasonable point, but can you pass fractional coordinates? I assume the answer is no. You say I'm passing fractional coordinates now. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Latitude and longitude are fractional. Did I not round those off? I might not have. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is fractional. All right, fair enough. Look at me, not even assuming that I could have an ovular target. Okay. Well, yeah, all right. I'm not convinced about the top there, actually. I still think there might be improvements on a pixel level to make, but I think that's overkill. All right. So, support showing the dot. Done. Support alternate fixed up directions. Done. I read those incorrectly. Done in code. Support showing a directional arrow for dot for... Actually, support showing a dot for first few seconds. That's actually super easy to do. Go all the way to the opposite corners? That's a question. That is an interesting question, Thurlor. How is it at the extremes? Actually, this isn't the extremes because the outside the maze map also. But here's on the bottom. Looks like we got a pixel to spare. Here we are on the right. Yeah, those are okay. I don't actually go that way very often, but it's super easy with a map. Really, the only thing I need left is options in order to set this, and I'm not sure if it deserves its own options screen or if there's just something at the bottom of this window that lets you set it from maybe a drop-down. Upper left, there. Yeah, top's a little excessive and the left is a little off, but that's close enough. We're going to call it good for right now. A thing that I really want to get in there is the thing hiding if it's been too long. And this comes straight out of the inspiration from Waypoint. So, map point, we want to go ahead and add an update function. So map point update sender args, and this is just going to say we need a refresh time first of all. So when this thing was set, move map point. Okay. And map point dot refresh time equals turbine dot engine dot get game time. Cool. And then in here, in the update function, we're just going to take a look at that. So local delta equals turbine dot engine dot get game time minus that map point refresh time, and then if delta is greater than, I think this is in seconds, then go ahead and hide the thing, right? So map point set once updates to false. Oh, we're gonna have to turn that on because we want to turn this off. Map point update set visible false, and let's remember to turn that on. Okay, let's give that a try. Gotta remember to stop hitting escape though. Map, and there's our dot. Hey, do I mean? Gotta set it to true, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, so 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. Awesome. So that means that if you don't click this reasonably quickly, we're just going to assume that it is no longer valid and hide it. So if I'm running around here, blah, 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 and it's gone. I think I prefer that. That could be an option, I guess, if you know, non-zero people are like, but I want to know where I was when I said it. Okay. But I feel like that's a thing. On the waypoint, it turns into a question mark, or gets a big question mark over it, right? And I think that's reasonable, but they have a lot more pixels to use. So unless I turn this thing gray or something to show that I don't know where it is anymore. Let me make a note about that. Maybe change the color to gray to show it's no longer valid instead? Question mark. Okay. Well, I think that rapidly brings us to an end of what I wanted to get done today. I'm going to go ahead and kill that. Set opacity. Oh, that's an interesting idea. 5 minus delta. That's an interesting idea. I kind of want to see what that looks like, actually. All right. Map point, set opacity, 5 minus delta. Wow, that really takes a little while to phase in, doesn't it? Like, I can barely tell that it's happening at first. Oh, good point. I'm passing on the ranges from... I was not thinking about that. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's not bad at all. And I have no idea where you are. Okay, I like that idea, Thurler. Gradually fade us out. Actually, what I don't like about this, I really wish there was a way to automatically throttle an update function to say, I just don't care if it hasn't been at least a tenth of a second. Like, don't call this 100 times a second and call set opacity 100 times a second. It's just not worth it. And you can write that code. It's pretty easy to say, when was the last time I cared about an update? And make sure it's been at least a tenth of a second since then. But to have to write that every single update function is just kind of depressing. And you can have a centralized answer in a plugin, right? You could have a single thing that's getting updates, and it could know what things want what updates at what intervals. But it's still, you have to roll it your own. I mean, set wants updates. I would love to have an optional second parameter that says no more often than this many times per second, or at least this much duration between the calls, and just have it be on LOTRO's side of things. I feel like that would make for some cleaner code. Anyway, we're going to leave it there. We're rapidly coming to way past the end of my scheduled stream time. If you have any last minute thoughts, questions, concerns, now's a great time to pop them into chat or save them for next week. Now, I'm not going to bother going through this commit right now, but we went ahead and are monitoring chat. We have some new global stuff. We have some images. We reordered some includes in main and added our new window thing and draw it. In the main window, we did changing of that button's location, added a new button, correctly set the visibility of that button, and dispatched quest changes. In our quest strings, we added the new quest strings and the maps that they go to, and we added those strings here, and we added a new file that has all of our new functionality. So many things. Yeah, I don't know if I'd like it fading out for the first second, though. Now let me look at it. So I would want for the first second to do nothing. So what is that? 4 minus delta minus 1 divided by 4? I'm doing this on the fly, so it's probably wrong, but yeah. That wasn't too bad, actually. Yeah, that might be it. I'll have to play check into that. But basically, for the first second, I want it to be at more than 100%. So if delta is 0, then we'll get 5 divided by 4. So we're setting it to over 100%. So only after a second does it start to fade out, and then it fades out smoothly across the remaining 4 seconds. Thorough things, make it fade over 2 seconds instead of 4. I'll have to play around with that with these values and probably pre-computing that so that it's much faster. Well, much less overhead every frame, which it's already not very much overhead, but it still bothers me. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing with that. Cool. All right. Well, that was wild. Thanks to Daylight Savings Times, I've been on here much longer than I would have meant to. We're going to go ahead and be calling it there. Where's my notes? All right, it is not the last of the month. It is Pi Day, so if you celebrate such things, happy Pi Day. All right, that's all we're going to cover today. Thank you so much for joining me on this exploration of LOTRO plugins. I do hope to see you again next week, and until then, keep plugging along. All right, bye-bye now.